Oi, lads.
Hello guys, welcome to day 2. We're into the top 16 and we're straight into the action. Let's do it. First match is going to be, this is winner bracket round 1, and we're going to do Elliot Higuera on their Esper deck versus Scotty and his classic Is It Bombardment deck. It's going to be tough. We saw these two play yesterday. It was 2-1 to Scotty on that occasion. But I think Elliot's version of Esper, it does have a chance here. Even more so than most of the other versions of Esper. He just needs to make sure he can find a Kaito or a Rafine early in the game, and we do see a Kaito, so he's got a chance here, especially on the play. But the first and only basic is already out, and the Field of Ruins coming down next turn, but this is where the Kaito or the Rafine helps filter out these draws extremely well. Got to get that Kaito down, and that can help you find lands and replace the ones that are just going to continually get destroyed. It's a very hard matchup, but we'll see how it goes. It's a huge help to have the Kaito in play though. Scotty just goes straight in, starts getting rid of the white sources. Well, like, I think it's good to get rid of the white. A lot of double white spells in this Esper deck, but not too many double black or double blue. So it makes sense to go after the white. Elliot does have access to a bunch of white in his hand though, so not too bad. We'll see how this goes. No liar for Scotty. No bombardment. Big score is good though. Finds another big score. Okay. No more wildfires left though. No Field of Ruins. And Elliot might have a little bit of time here to get started on his own plan. He does have a verse as well for the first liar. Scotty just killing the Kaito, recognising that Kaito is a very important card for Elliot, but Elliot's got another one. Feels good, man. Get this other Kaito down, and then from Elliot's point of view, hopefully you can find a Rafine. If you've got a Rafine and a Kaito going, you should be able to withstand what Scotty's trying to do. Go for the plus. Underdog. Underdog's pretty good. It can be hard to justify the 4 mana you have to spend on it though to get the blitz off. Obviously getting a card draw is pretty good, and you need something to deal the 20 damage to win this game. Underdog's pretty good at dealing some of that. Well, a good start for Elliot, but got a long way to go to actually end this game. And Scotty's got plenty of time at the moment to find those other wildfires, those other Field of Ruins, the liars, the bombardments. Two burn down a house is pretty good. Kaito's gonna most likely uptick next turn to 5 loyalty, so it will be removed by the burn down the house if Scotty decides to use it. Just in time to remove the Kaito. Alright, Elliot's drawn a lot of lands, which it is, I mean, it's pretty good, but you do need some action too. A Null Priest. No. So 6 mana total to use that Null Priest to reanimate something, but nothing in the graveyard at the moment. So it's got to be thinking about maybe just playing it out as a creature, but you know Scotty's got 4 burn down the house in their deck, so given that they're Scotty's. I mean, they have to use it, right? They've got to get rid of the Kaito. Both players know that Kaito is one of Elliot's best cards, so you don't want to throw too many creatures in front of the burn down the house. So that might be a reason to go for a blitz on the underdog. But if you blitz the underdog, you've got 1 mana left. You're not leaving yourself with Verse available to remove a potential liar or a bombardment. So interesting choice for Elliot here. Normally you would want to discard the underdog here and then just set up for blitzing it, of course. But as we said, Elliot recognising that not too sure how good blitz underdog on this particular turn actually is. You might want to just play it out as the creature side. But I mean, you've always got the option of just playing the Null Priest as a creature, right? And then you can hold up the Verse that way. Does go for the blitz though. Wants to try and end this game. Another underdog. We'll see if Scotty decides to go for just to burn down the house to clear the Kaito. Uses the hole. That does cost him a treasure though. So if Elliot goes for blitz again, at least this time you can hold up the Verse. Scotty can prevent that 3 damage by using the Abrade, but again that would cost him another 2 treasures. Rafine is a good draw, of course. Doesn't feel too good to play a Rafine when you don't have a creature to attack this turn. But, I mean, it's fine, right? You do have 6 mana, so even if Scotty can remove the Rafine, you can then just bring it back next turn with an Null Priest, so that's not too bad. Does go for the Blitz again. Blitz hold up Verse, probably. I would be surprised if it goes Blitz into the other underdog, but it's also fine though. Thing is, like, holding up the Verse for Liar is... It's not that good. I mean, Verse on the Bombardment is nice, because you're going to be able to resolve that, right? Most likely. But holding up Verse for Liar, most likely you won't see Scotty play Liar unless he has a way to protect it. With like a Fading Hope or something. So, better just to cast that Verse on the Liar on your next turn. Spend your mana. The risk with playing this underdog out on this turn is that if Scotty does have a bombardment, which we know he doesn't, but if he did, there is potential for him having enough mana to get both a trigger on his own turn and on Elliot's turn too. So it is... There's a price to pay to playing this creature right here. Not going to get punished this time though. There's the Liar. Elliot has got Scotty down to 13 though. It's not too bad. Interceptor seems pretty good to me. You can Rafine, get a Connive off, and you're holding up Interceptor or Verse. Otawara. It's a pretty good land. I don't think you can. I don't think if you're Elliot you can afford to discard either the Interceptor or the Verse. So if you want the counter, you're gonna have to discard the Null Priest, which is quite an expensive discard too, to be honest. So we might see him just discard a land here. You won't get the +1/+1 counter though. And every point of damage is important. You're not winning the late game if you're You're not winning the super late game if you're the Esper player, so you know you're on some kind of clock. So each point of damage is important, but the spells in hand are also important here. So tough choice. Does go for the land. We've got a Liar and a Bombardment now. 4, 7, 8, 11 mana. You can go Bombardment, burn down the house, get a spell under there. You'll only be able to get one trigger though. You won't be able to get a trigger on Elliot's turn. Looks like he's playing it safe and gonna go for neither. Elliot's got to be tempted to maybe bounce his own Rafine here. I mean, it's an important card. Does go for it. You can't use the Interceptor on the burn down the house here, because Scotty can just cast that again. This is one of the weaknesses of Interceptor. It's a very good tempo play, very good mid-game play, but in the late game like this, unfortunately, it's not going to stop too much. You'd like to think if you're at Elliot that you'll be able to find some good use for it, but you can see its weakness here. As far as I'm aware, Scotty does not have access to a Fading Hope, so it's hard to play the Liar out here. I mean, you can, but oh man, it's risky. Looks like he is going to go for it. So Elliot's almost certainly going to verse this Liar. And then that opens up a window to get the Bombardment rolling. Elliot's got to find 10 damage before this Bombardment takes over the game. Problem for Elliot here is that the Interceptor on Bombardment would actually be really good, but I'm just not sure that Elliot can afford to hold up all this mana. So if you spend 2 removing the Liar here, you've got 5 left and you're just, you're going to pass? Against Scotty's deck? You're just going to play no threat? I don't think so. So I think we'll see Elliot play something out, and then that gives Scotty a chance to get this Bombardment going. Wow. He does pass. What a gamer. What a gamer. Now, I mean, Scott, the instant speed spells in Elliot's deck pretty much all interact with Bombardment. So again, I would be surprised to see Scotty go for Bombardment here when there's 4 cards in Elliot's hand, and he's floating 5 mana. Like, I mean, it's basically 100% that he's got more verses, interceptors. I guess if it's an Emperor's a reasonably likely card here, and Emperor does nothing against Bombardment, so that would be a reason to play it. But I mean, 2 of the 3 options are just going to farm you here. So it's tough to justify going for the Bombardment, but if you don't go for the Bombardment, then I mean, when are you going to use it? The problem here is that even if Scotty does go for the Bombardment, he's got nothing to cast it. He's got no way to make a trigger, even if it resolves. Got a Braid with no targets, Flame Blessed Bolt with no targets, not enough mana for burn down the house, so I'm glad to see him not go for the Bombardment there, and this is the issue with holding up the Interceptor here, right? You hold it up to hit that Bombardment, and now you're forced to just cast it. It is going to be attacking for 4, which is not bad, but we see the bolt in Scotty's hand. I'll be interested to see if Scotty takes the 4. Save the bolt for after the bombardment next turn. As a cheap trigger. I think he can maybe afford to take 4, but if Elliot goes for a blitz underdog too, he's gonna have to remove at least one of those creatures. So decides to kill it. Use this treasure though, so it won't have bolt available for an underdog here. Elliot does have access to 8 mana, 4 black sources, so could put Scotty down to 4. Which sounds good. Sounds good to me. Put Scotty down to 4 and kinda leave nothing on the board and just brick any creature removal. You're on 9. I mean, the Hall's threatening to hit you for 7 back down to 2, but Hall costs a lot of mana. I mean, if Scotty used it and tried to put Elliot to 2, then you would just die to the underdogs again. Goes for a board play here, which is extremely weak to burn down the house. The Kaito phases out and would survive, but Kaito without any creatures at this stage of the game. Kaito without any creatures in the early game in this matchup, super good for filtering your draws, right? But you want not so hot at this stage. 9 mana for Scotty. This is the price, like, we've seen Scotty generate a lot of treasures in this game, but he's used them all up. And this would be an amazing turn to have access to them. So you can burn down the house and not remove the Kaito. You can bombardment and get 1 trigger only. Very awkward turn. And the thing about going for the bombardment with only 1 trigger is there's a Kaito and a Rafine in place, so a lot of ways for Esper to draw next turn and find a removal for the bombardment. You might see Scotty just pass here and use the bolt upkeep, I guess, on the Kaito, and then at least it's only the Rafine that's getting draws off. But you never know, maybe a burn down the house will go under the bombardment. Maybe you get to wipe it all. Goes for the bolt now. It's a big score. Okay, wow. Right, so we might actually be able to get a trigger on the opponent's turn now. Only sorcery speed stuff. Okay, so Elliot is going to get a turn at least. Going to get to filter at least 1. Needs a verse though, or the game is basically over. Still only got 6 damage available, it's just not enough. I think he can play 1 underdog. Play 1 underdog. Attack, you get a draw off the Kaito, you get a draw off the underdog, you get 4 mana left. You're basically looking for exactly verse anyway. You do go down to 7, which is obviously not so good against a Hall. But you've got a Fairy Vandal to block. And I mean, you have to draw verse. You've got to... I think at this point you've got to play to win. The Null Priest reanimating the Rafine is just so weak to burn down the house, and there could be a burn down the house in the hand. There's already a burn down the house in the graveyard, so
I'll be taking that now.
I think if you can, you've got to try and play around that as much as you can. But it might just be that the Null Priest is still the best play. At least with the Null Priest, bring the Rafine back, you've still got the ability to flash in the Vandal too. Not the worst. This is just such a good burn down the house though. Scotty's got big score under the bombardment. He just has to find an instant speed spell in hand so that he can get both a trigger on his own turn and on Elliot's. Field of Ruin forces the Vandal out because there's no more basics. And that's another kill for the burn down the house. That is a big burn down the house. Alright, so we're gonna get to cast a big score and... What was that? Another burn down the house. Oh man. There's now a burn down the house under the bombardment, so every time Scotty casts an instant or sorcery, gets to cast a burn down the house. And there's a big score. So you're going to be able to get another trigger on Elliot's turn. While drawing 2. While making 2 treasures. It's pretty good. Big score and burn down the house under the bombardment, and something else will be going under it this turn too. What's it gonna be? What do we get? A bolt. Okay. I mean, bolt ain't bad either. That looks like good games to me. Alright. Another strong showing for this Izzet deck. It's just got such an incredible late game. It's crazy. So Elliot has Duresses, got a negate there. Got 4 interceptors. We saw in that game 1 that interceptor it's kind of medium though. I mean it can be good, it can be bad. At least on the one hand, it's very strong on the turns that Elliot cares about, you know? Elliot doesn't really care about turn 20 too much, because on turn 20 he's dead. He knows that. But when he's got 4 mana, when he's got 5, when he's got 6, and Scotty's got the same amount, the Interceptor is very, very strong because there is a lot of expensive cards in Scotty's deck. So getting those bounces off can buy you just enough time to squeeze in the damage. We saw it in game 1, like things went pretty smoothly for Scotty, and he was still pretty low. His life total was pretty low. Like a tiny amount of life gain in that deck, so you're not playing the game with much more than 20 life. But Elliot's got a very simple plan. Just get those early threats in play. Make sure you're drawing enough lands to replace the ones that are getting destroyed. And then try and interact with the big cards in some way. Try and interact with the liars, with the burn down the houses, with the arcane bombardments. The cleansing wildfires, the bolts, the hopes, these type of cards, they're going to resolve. Nothing you can do about those. You've just got to fight the big ones. Alright, we'll see how it goes. Oof. 3 4-drops. That's not very good. Scotty with what, Mountain Hazard Smashing. Okay, a nice, decent amount of lands. No blue though. Elliot has surely got to mulligan this hand. I mean, he's got double white for the Wandering Emperor, but is he going to have double white by the time he gets the opportunity to use it? Oh. We know it's open deckless. Scotty knows that there's only one basic in Elliot's deck. It's a swamp. He's going to go after the non-black mana. We saw him go after the white in game 1 because white is the card that has a lot of double pip cards in it. White is the colour. And it's just so slow. You've no Rafine, no Kaito, no Duresses, no nothing. This has to be a mulligan, surely. But I know it feels so bad to mulligan and give yourself 6 cards when you're playing against this land destruction deck, because you just decrease the chances that you're able to have enough lands to play significantly, just even with one mull. It feels horrible to mulligan, but I think you've got to. This is much better. You've got the Duress. You've got the Rafine that is hard to remove and can help you fight against whatever side of Scotty's deck you're playing against. Like, has Scotty drawn a bunch of removal? Okay, you need to use Rafine to filter your lands away and get some threats. Has Scotty drawn a lot of land destruction? Okay, you need to filter your threats away and get some lands. And Rafine just helps fight against whatever cards Scotty has drawn here. And the Duress just obviously goated for letting you know exactly what it is you're playing against here. So you're playing against one land destruction spell, one negate, and some card draw. So now you know exactly what to pitch to your Rafine attacks. Unfortunately, you can't get Rafine into play. That's obviously a bit of an issue. At least you can't get it into play this turn. But maybe. Maybe next turn? Okay, it looks like he is going to get it into play. Still no blue for Scotty. Does have a big score next turn though, so can use blue from the treasures, but here's the Rafine. There is a burn down the house in Scotty's hand, but this Rafine might get out of range of burn down the house before Scotty can remove it. Really, like, enormous payoff for Elliot here for taking that mulligan. If he kept that first hand, he would have lost this game convincingly. Oof. Surge, huh? The Surge cannot remove the Rafine, because you need to use a treasure to cast it. You need to sack a treasure to make it deal 4, and you need a third mana source to pay the ward. But the Surge will actually help him kill the Rafine next turn, burn down the house plus a Surge for 2, maybe. But that does cost 7 mana, so he needs to actually draw an untapped land. In that case. Another underdog. Seems good to me to just blitz that underdog. That's 4, 3, that's 1, 8 damage, plus potentially up to another 3 from the connive. Possible 11 damage. I mean, that might price Scotty into using the Surge on even the blitzed underdog. You can also just attack with the Hive, right? I mean, that's 3 damage too. So Elliot, choosing to attack with a Hive, giving up a card draw to exile 1 card from the graveyard. And I mean, you also save 2 life, right? That's pretty good too. So this is it. So the Rafine gets out of range of the burn down the house here. Scotty basically needs an untapped land. And even with an untapped land, what are you taking here? You're taking 7, yeah, maybe 11 damage. Yep, forced into that. If Scotty takes 11 here, then clearing the board next turn doesn't even keep him alive, because he would just be dead to either the Hive or one of the underdogs. That's GG. The power of Rafine. Okay, we go to game 3. That's exactly what Elliot needs. He has to play it as aggressively as possible, basically. Just get some early threats down and then use your disruption to ride those threats to the win. Taking this to the late, like normally this Esper deck would be happy to take any game of Magic to the late game against almost any deck, but not this one. Alright, let's check out game 3. A Bolt and a Liar, 2 Field of Runes. Alright, that's a great hand for Elliot. No duress, but I think for Esper in this matchup, and I know I've been saying it a lot, but lands plus Kaito or lands plus Rafine, it's a keep. Having the Vandal as well is just icing on the cake, really. So Elliot has to play his lands here, assuming that he's going to lose a land next turn, and he's going to have to fetch a swamp. So it needs to make sure both he can cast the Vandal, and whatever land gets destroyed, fetching a swamp will still allow him to play the Rafine next turn. And to be honest, most of the lands would still allow that, right? So you'll probably see Scotty, Field of Ruin, the Triome, you're fetching a swamp there, so as long as you play a blue or white source, should be fine. There's a Wildfire too, okay. Okay. A lot of land destruction versus a Vandal and a Rafine. Let's see it. This is more or less both players' best hands. Elliot did play his lands correctly, so he is going to get the Rafine down. Also going to get an immediate trigger. Not when there's a bolt, but he didn't know that. Rafine. Yeah. I mean, Scotty can go Field of Ruin, crack the Field of Ruin, fetch a basic, and play the Wildfire. Elliot's going down to 1 land, man. It's not good. It's not good at all. And the bolt on that Fairy Vandal is game winning here. Because now Elliot has only 1 attacker for the Rafine, so maximum that this Rafine can go to is a 2-5 next turn, and it will die to burn down the house. And then what? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Liar's coming down too soon. There's another Field of Ruin. There's a Field of Ruin in hand. There's a Wildfire in the graveyard for the Liar. Scotty cannot play Liar this turn though. Otherwise it risks dying to the Thirst. I mean, you do have two, so like maybe you're happy to do that. Field of Ruin's another option, but the problem with going for the Field of Ruin is that's your full turn, right? That was a 6 mana Field of Ruin. And you're kind of facing, if Elliot has lands in hand, you're facing the same problem next turn, and he does have lands in hand. At least, I guess this way, you're going to have 7 mana next turn, so you can go Liar into a Cleansing Wildfire, which is decent. So you turn off Bloodthief's Thirst as a removal spell next turn. You're still risking losing your Liar to a Verse, but... Okay, there's Rafine, and somehow got the mana to use it, which is great. Another Wildfire drawn though, okay. 2 more lands getting destroyed, 2 more cards getting drawn. Scotty would love to find a way to remove this Rafine here. We can Wildfire, and the Otawara will cost only 3 to channel because of the Liar, so as long as Scotty plays an untapped land, can bounce the Rafine, pay the ward, and you've still got 2 mana left. So you can get this Wildfire off, or you can go for the bolt on the creature, but I think we'll see the land destruction. Yeah, we've seen Scotty go after the white mana predominantly over the course of this game, which makes a lot of sense. Spikefield Hazard, got Hall. Hall's a good way to close the game after this. I mean, I'm not seeing too much reason to not just go Bolt, burn down the house, get in for some damage. Just got to keep this Shatterskull smashing around to remove the Rafine. Comes back down. There's a Wandering Emperor. Got 2 white sources, 1 land away. But the clock is well and truly ticking now. Fiend gets removed. Can Scotty attack with the Hall as well? He can. It's 13 damage, goes down to 4. This game is over, man. I mean, Elliot drew like 8 lands in this game. He drew a ton of lands, but he's only got 3 on board because they keep getting removed. It's insane. Alright, and Scotty moves through to the next round in the upper bracket. Elliot goes to the lower bracket. You can see it here. And, alright guys, we'll be back shortly. Alright guys, we're about to start round 2 of the upper bracket here. We've got Nick Demon versus San Roll. This is the Esper Angels that we saw Nick play yesterday. It's like Orzhov with a small blue splash for Limvala. And then a bunch of counters in the sideboard versus Sanroll playing the kind of mono-white mid-rangey control-y deck that we've seen people trying out in the last few days. So that'll be interesting. A lot of removal in Sanroll's white deck, but a lot of counters for the Angels players, so we'll see how it goes. Sanroll, please click play. Let's go. We saw Nick playing his Angels deck yesterday on the stream against Diva, I think it was, playing mono green, and it was pretty impressive. The Angels deck looking strong. It's putting up a lot of, like, it's putting up very high percentage win rate on the ladder too, the Angels deck, so maybe it's here to stay. Nick, I believe, the only Angels player in the top 16, but there wasn't that many Angels players in the tournament, to be honest. Even got the negate here in game 1, which is pretty good. No blue mana or black mana though, which is a little awkward. And we see Sanro Portable Hole, which is a good answer to both Giada and, well, we see the Youthful Valkyrie in Nick's hand. There's a black source for Nick, still no blue though. Sanro just playing very grindy mono white, basically. We'll see how it does. Interesting choice. You can hole an aspirant, you could apparition, you could save your removal and just go for the restoration. Start ramping towards that warden. Goes for the hole. I think saving the apparition for the bigger creatures is sensible. Nick has to draw a blue source for all of these blue cards, please. You can start with Valkyrie, or you can just go Overseer first. Overseer seems not great, though. You don't want to just slam your Valkyrie into removal, but I mean, the Overseer is just a 2-1, and this Aspirant could be up to a 3-3 this turn. Instead, looks like they're going to go for the Igandro. Remove the Aspirant. Probably see Restoration, yep. So Sanro able to get the Aspirant back next turn, though, which is not too bad. Or can discard a land and ramp. Ramping is decent too, but it doesn't actually speed up your Warden by a turn. So I think we'll see him bring back the Aspirant most likely. And then this Righteous Valkyrie, a lot better target for the Apparition than the Youthful Valkyrie was. Just needs to find a 6th land now for Sanctuary Warden. And Nick is running out of time to draw a blue land. Does find one this turn. So you can Linvala and you're not holding up Negate, or Overseer hold up Negate. Seems like an easy choice. That's pretty good. Overseer hold up Negate, and then next turn you've got your 6 land and you can play your 2/3 drops. Wandering Emperor. A good draw for Sanro. I think honestly would have preferred to draw a land there, but you can't complain too much about drawing a Wandering Emperor. So two choices for Sanro. You can Field of Ruin the blue source and play Wedding Announcement, or you can hold up the Emperor. Goes for the Emperor. Alright, so is Nick going to play both creatures? Or one creature and hold up Negate? The thing is, like, I think it's a very bad spot for him, huh? Like, what's the point in having this Negate if you're not going to hold it up? But if you are holding it up, you're just miles behind on board. You risk just dying to Sanro's creatures. He's thinking about it. And Sanro's got an attack for at least 9. Maybe up to 11 if he goes for the Emperor, which he does. There's the Negate, though. Does draw a land for Warden. Costs 3 life, but you're still on 20. But there's also the consideration of just holding this Amelia's Call, because you're pretty close to casting it as a spell. You want to get this Warden down, but Wedding Announcement is not bad if you're attacking him with 2 creatures here. But I think we'll see Wedding Announcement. Oh, it does go for the Warden, okay. Giving up the Amiria's Call, though, it is a big cost. Sanctuary Warden just super good, though. Wow. Takes a shield counter off rather than a +1/+1 counter from one of his creatures. Verse top deck, that seems pretty good. So the obvious target is the Warden. You could consider the Architect. Portable Hole gets you back a Youthful Valkyrie, but that's pretty whatever. Looks very rough for Nick here. When you've got like 3 or 4 viable targets for a Vanishing Verse, that's when you know you're behind on board. That's not good. Has to be the Warden though, surely. The problem is, I mean, even if you remove the Warden, Sanral's board is still huge, and there's a Wedding Announcement to come. There's multiple Legion Angels to come. Not stopping anytime soon. There's the land to get both down. So Sanral just wants to attack with at least 2 creatures on this turn, but which 2? You also kind of want to attack with at least 12 power worth of creatures if you can to force a block. Nick's got a verse, so won't be actually forced into making a block, but Sanro doesn't know that. Okay, so we see the verse before attacks. That's good for Sanro. Nick obviously had to verse before attacks, though, or else they risk letting the Sanctuary Warden get another attack off and draw a card. But I think even after the verse, I think you'll still see Sanral attack with probably the Architect and the Skyclave. There are some situations in some games where the 1/1 token off the Wedding Announcement is better than the draw, but he needs to draw in this game. He's very far ahead, but Nick is still in with a chance with all these flyers, so... Attacks with the 1/1 token instead of the Apparition, which... yeah, I think is fine. This Architect's doing a lot of work. Attacking for 5 every turn, making a token every turn. Also fetched Sanral a land earlier in the game, which allowed them to bring back the Aspirant. Not bad for 3 mana. There's another Warden. Nick just draws a 2-drop, sadly. It's not that good. Legion Angel just holding the skies very well as well. March too. Okay. Again, a lot of options for Sanro. So you can Legion Angel and you leave yourself a March for 2, which is not bad. You can Sanctuary Warden. I mean, just playing the Warden seems very good. I think you try and get a draw off here again. Sanral just living in a dream world here. Somehow his white mid-range creatures are just bigger than these angels, which isn't going to happen at every game. These attacks are so threatening. And still manage to maintain a high enough life total that's one of the main powers of angels is that, yeah, you gain a lot of life, so you you force your opponent to be slightly more aggressive than they would want to be. I think there would be some matchups where Sanrol's not making these attacks, but kind of forced into them, right? You don't want to let the Valkyrie get up to 27. Yes, your draws off the wedding announcements. And normally the Angels will punish that forced aggression by just swinging back for more. But Sanrol kind of forcing these blocks out and not facing that threat of the swing back. We saw Limvala be super good for Nick against Holy Diva. It's really good again here. Allowing Nick to take no damage and clear the flyer out the way. But there's the other Warden. Takes a shield counter again. Oh no, sorry, took a counter off the apparition this time. So much draw for this white deck. And Nick bricks, and that's going to be GG. We go to game 2. Yeah, we saw these Larsons yesterday, so instant sorcery or artifact is hitting. Again, not so good against this white deck either. Do see Bankbusters and Hearses in the sideboard for the white deck, but those, if you're Nick, you've got to expect those are cards that Sanrol will not be bringing in here. Got the Verdict, you've got a bunch of negates. Nick's got access to 4 negates here. Looks like he's chosen to play with only 2 of them. Archon of Emeria is like a super good card in this meta. Just because there's so many non-basic lands in these decks. But Sanrol are playing mono-white. I mean, there's certainly some lands in his deck that would be tapped by the Archon, but the Archon not as effective here as it would be against most other decks. Yeah, Nick's sideboard not massively prepared for this matchup. Not too many changes at all, mostly just running it back. An extra couple of negates. And that's about it, really. For Sanrol, also pretty similar to their game 1 build. Not much sideboarding in this matchup, it seems, on either side. Oh, it looks like Nick is going to go for all 4 negates, though. And an Overseer and a Youthful Valkyrie. And those Elspeths. Interesting that he thinks the Elspeth is bad here. He probably thinks that if he casts the Elspeth, he won't be able to protect it. It'll just die to attacks from Sanrol, which is reasonable. Again, no blue for Nick. Got a white and a black. Really good hand for Sanrol. 2 aspirants, 2 announcement. Got an apparition as removal. Does need a second white source for apparition, but you'd like to think your mono white deck can draw a white source of mana. It's a hard keep for Nick, though. The verse is super good, the negate is super good if you draw the blue. You do have some threats, but they're slow. No creature until turn 3 for Nick. There's another negate, but still no blue. There's Sanrol's second white, which he needed. Nick needs a blue or a land. Okay, no blue, no land, but verse is okay at least. You're going to be able to get rid of this announcement. Isn't too bad. Both players actually desperately need some lands. Sanrol keeps drawing their big cards. That is a 3rd land. No, still no blue, but the Overseer gives a redraw. There's your blue mana. The wedding announcement is in play, though. Sanral's still no closer to Elspeth or the Warden here. Stuck on 3. And I mean, the Inspiring Overseer is not really a card you want to use your removal spells on, so we'll probably just see Aspirant here. It's considering what to place the Aspirant buff on. The Aspirant going underneath the negate is, of course, that's pretty good. There's another land. And just go for the Lisa, and the Lisa does dodge Apparition. You will not be able to hold up negate this turn, from Nick's point of view, though. And this wedding announcement is getting a bit scary now. Not scary enough to stop Nick attacking, though. Still no 4th land for Sunral. Fateful Absence, very nice on the Lisa, but how do you deal with a second one? If you don't, like, of course, if you draw a land, you've got Emperor as an option. If you don't draw a land, you might have to cast a very, very expensive March. But you are getting the attack off with 2 or more creatures here. In this case, 3 was very good, though. So now Sunral's going to get a draw for the announcement and an upkeep draw, so if you brick on a land on these next 2 draws, I mean, what are you going to do? Still didn't find one. Nick. Awkward for Nick too. Still only 1 blue source, so can't... I think Nick would have liked to have played this Linvala here and hold up negate, but... Lisa again. Still not had the opportunity to hold up these negates yet. And now, Nick is stopped in his tracks. Sanral does find a land, but it's tapped. Oh no. This Lisa is going to start gaining a bunch of life. If Sunral wants to remove the Lisa with the March, it's going to cost him, what, got to exile 2 cards from hand? I mean, it might just be a price he has to pay. Looks like he is. Warden and Elspeth both gone. Oof. That is expensive. Thankfully, they did it on this turn and not on next turn, because that would have been quite the blowout with negate. But it does clear the way, and it does let him swing in for 9. Next going to 2. Next going to 5 and jumping. These negates just looking... well, I mean, absolutely worthless. Completely useless. I mean, negates, counter spells are just so bad if you're behind. Alright, I mean, you can Overseer, go to 6. Just dead on board. GG's. It's over. Well, as long as Sanral can find the attack button. And he has been super aggressive in these matches, so I think he will. And there we go. And Sanral continues his charge through the upper bracket with this mono-white mid-range deck. So Nick, the only Angels player in the top 16, Sanral, the only one playing this mono-white mid-range deck. So interesting to see how they do against what is mostly just a bunch of mid-range piles. We played against each other here, and the white deck comes out on top, so congratulations to Sanral. We'll be back soon with the next match. Alright guys, we're back. We're jumping into another upper bracket round 2 match here. We've got Willosaurus, Dr. Toboggan, on Mardu midrange versus Kelvindale playing Esper. Looks like Will won game 1. We're pretty deep into game 2 here. There's a Lolth in play. 2 Kikijikis in play for Will. The second one's about to flip. Deciding between face or kill the Lolth. The classic question. Got access to a Wandering Emperor, so this combat should go well for Will no matter what happens. So threatens lethal, forced blocks. Ooh, that's going to be a nice Wanderer plus here. So Kelvindale, looks like Kelvindale's going to go up to 3 loyalty on the Lolth. Will is going to have 2 creatures though, untapped. The Kikijiki and the 3/3 under the Apparition, which will be able to protect his own Emperor if these are the blocks. Kelvindale might want to block with all 3 though, but at the same time, I mean, Will's on 4 life, right? If you're playing from Kelvindale's point of view, you want to try and leave some sort of lethal on board if you can. Even these blocks would not leave lethal in play though. It's tough blocks. So I think this is reasonable though. You'll probably see Will plus on the 2/2 token. I mean, you could plus the Angel to save it, but the fact that the Angel's got flying is not that relevant against a Lolth, especially when it's gone to 4 loyalty. And there's quite a big payoff for plussing the token. In that you get to get another 3/3 into play. Killing the Apparition. Or you could even consider saving the Emperor and just passing the turn. A lot of choices here. I suspect we'll see him plus the 2/2 though. It's very tempting to save that Legion Angel though. 5/4 is quite big on this board, especially when you know that there's more spiders coming down next turn, but they're 3/2 spiders. This is good enough though, right? There's Rafine. So you can play Rafine, you can make 2 spiders. But these Kikijikis are about to go off. 2/5 Rafine, there's Ray. Can't quite kill the Rafine sadly because of the wedding announcement buff. So interesting choice for Will. You can activate your Kiki on this turn. If it's going to really improve your combat. Or let you attack in for lethal, of course, which it's not going to be able to do, but there's also the option of just not using the Kiki and using it on Kelvindale's end step and going for the Kiki combo where you use both of them to make a bunch of tokens. That seems a little bit greedy here though. Will just goes, makes a 3/3 token. You probably see the Ray on the Rafine during combat. That will make it, what, a -2/1, so you're going to cleanly be able to kill it anyway, but will still let the Rafine get a block off, annoyingly. This Lolth is just so hard to get through, though. Like, the only way to kill Lolth is just to put every attacker into it, and if you do that, you're dead. So Kelvindale has to make at least 2 blocks here. We see the Ray on the Rafine. Will's still on 4. Kelvindale goes down to 2. Can make a token to offer up a, or give yourself the chance to double block the spider. Plussing doesn't seem to do too much. I mean, you could minus one of your own creatures to gain 2 life, but that seems unnecessary to say the least. Kelvindale pluses or zeros the Lolth. Finds pretty much nothing. Can't even blitz the underdog. Even if you could blitz the underdog here, it wouldn't be enough. You'd still be 1 off. Rafine plus might draw something, but you've only got 1 mana left. I mean, what are you going to do here? Goes for the attack. And that's GG's. Will takes it 2-0. Alright guys, Will moves on to the next round. And we'll be back soon with that next round. Okay, and we're into this is the last remaining match in round 2 of the upper bracket. We've got Giffler playing Esper midrange against Pablo _ Gat. 1-1, game 3. Let's go. Looks like a reasonable hand for Giffler. Nice. Got a Ray, got a Kaito, decent lands. Also a decent hand for Pablo, though. The Ray, pretty good for removing the Null Priest, if Giffler goes for the Null Priest on turn 2, which you would expect, given they've got a Kaito. Ray clears that up pretty cleanly. Got a Wandering Emperor as well. It's not too bad at all. There's Obscura Charm. First time we've seen that this weekend. Interceptor seems very good in these Esper mirrors, though. You can get a spell bounce off with that Interceptor. That is such a huge tempo lead. Surprised to see Pablo allow Giffler to get the attack off with the Null Priest there, but I guess, like, it's turn 3, you've got to respect the Rafine. Maybe you're holding the Ray to possibly remove a Rafine, but Giffler benefiting from that. They're getting to take a full draw off of the Kaito rather than a loot. And if he can find an untapped land for this Interceptor, he's looking real good. Charm, nice clean answer to Kaito though. Does it in upkeep to prevent any activations and kind of gets to play around the Interceptor too. Nicely. And Pablo's just going to curve out into the Emperor here. Giffler doesn't find the 4th land, so not able to hold up the Interceptor. Interesting to see if Pablo goes for, like, maybe a main phase Wanderer to play around Interceptor, but probably not after we see them top deck the Interceptor of the Roan. Alright, now we've got a staring match. Who's going to blink first? You've got it's probably Pablo that's going to blink first, right? Giffler's going to pass the turn, and you expect you'll see Pablo flash in that Emperor, try and remove the underdog, or even try and make a token. But when Giffler's holding up 5 mana as well, it's very tough. Alright, this is a pretty insane Interceptor, but we do see the meat hook for Pablo. It's a clean meat hook. Giffler not able to hold up the negate as well here. There's a verse as well. So Pablo with a lot of like reactive tools here, which is quite nice when you're behind on board. Meat Hook does come down. And Gifler still got the underdog available, so can blitz, but if you blitz here, you're not able to hold up the negate, so it seems like an easy pass again. And now roles are reversed. We're probably going to see Gifler flash in the Emperor, and Pablo use the Interceptor this time. Gifler does have the Ray though, so we'll be able to actually remove the Interceptor. Wow. Pablo holds. Very interesting. Now Gifler with access to negate. That seems like a huge decision in the course of this game. Pablo only with 5 mana, so not able to do Interceptor verse or Emperor verse. It's pretty farmed by that negate, to be honest. This token is getting out of control a little bit. Not many turns until it's just bigger than this Interceptor. Trespasser seems like a good draw to me. Get rid of the underdog, but this is the problem with leaving the Wandering Emperor in play for even 2 turns like this. This token is now, or is going to be bigger than the Trespasser next turn, unless we see the verse come out. But even if we do see the verse come out, the token is, that 1 token from the Emperor is as big as Pablo's 3-drop. I mean, it hurts a little bit. Gifler does not really want to let it go to night though. But not much of an option. If Pablo goes for the block on the token, we'll probably see Ray just used as a -4 power ability. Looks like it is going tonight. And now the Trespasser's looking good though. Duress, not bad. Not too many creatures in the graveyard though to be eaten with the Trespassers, but there still should be a few. There's a Null Priest, an Interceptor, and maybe even some in Pablo's graveyard too. Trespasser are pretty good against a deck that's trying to use the Null Priest to do a little bit of reanimation as well. Gifler actually using 2 cards here just to take 4 less damage. Does force out the Interceptor though. It's not bad. Sadly, Pablo drew a land rather than a non-land, so it doesn't get the counter on the Interceptor here, but Gifler can just use the Ray on the Interceptor again. You can swing in with your Hive. You're looking at 6 damage. Puts Pablo down to 7. Gifler's on 9, facing 3 or 4 from the Trespasser. Got ourselves a race. Pablo top decked a land. Gifler also top decked a land. Oh, a land that's good for Gifler. Gifler just about wins the race at the moment. Well, it depends how many creatures are in the graveyards, right? So the Gifler can attack, or sorry, Pablo can attack this turn for 4. And if there's a pass, they're threatening to attack the following turn for 6. We'll only have to actually attack for 5 though. So I think if there's 2 creatures in total in the graveyards there, that's an attack for Pablo. But if not, then yeah, you've got to sit back. Otawara. Alright. What was a race is now suddenly just a bit of a standoff. It's a hive for Pablo, that's pretty good. Incredibly close game 3 here. I think Pablo has to attack with this trespasser though. Interceptor, that seems like a pretty good draw to me. The hives are just huge threats on this in these low resources, low life situations. Alright, Pablo bricks again and says, okay, it's time to roll. Gifler only able to use the Otawara or the Interceptor or the Hive. No way to use any combination of 2 of them. Attacks with only the Hive. Wow. We see the Otawara come out. Pablo can just replay that Hive, threaten to do the same again next turn. It's a Wandering Emperor. Gifler just top decking much better than Pablo here. Pablo with 2 lands. Gifler with an Interceptor and a Wanderer, but again can only use 1 of their 3 things, including the Hive. Almost certainly going to see Emperor Exile on this Hive though. Emperor Exile the Hive, then you can plus your token for First Striker. You've got a great attack plus the Hive. You're gonna essentially force a chump here by the Trespasser. Pablo really feeling the bad top decks really that he had here. This is gonna be a horrible chump. Only a chump if Gifler attacks with the Hive though, which they don't. Interesting choice. So it does get to keep the Trespasser alive. It's a pretty big payoff for not attacking with the Hive though, I guess. You get to play the Kaito, you get to take a draw, you get to hold up your Interceptor. It's not bad, but I think maybe you wanted to get rid of that Trespasser there. A lot of upside to attacking with the Hive there. The Kaito and the Interceptor, those are still going to be useful in the following turn, right? Pablo just with not much to work with here. Gifler now just happy to take the 4. Only an Underdog and a Meat Hook Massacre. Goes for the Meat Hook for 4. It gets intercepted. And you can play 1 blocker, but you're dead here, and Gifler's gonna take it. Very, very close game 3 here. But Gifler gonna move on and be one of our 4 players. Still in the upper bracket. Alright, congratulations to Gifler. Okay, we'll be back soon with the next round, guys. Okay, we're down to our top 4 in the upper bracket, and we've got Will on the Mardu midrange versus Sir Hamilton on the Big John midrange that we saw on the stream yesterday. And then the other matchup is Gilfer on Esper midrange versus Sanroll on that midrange white deck, kind of white control-ish. So 4 different decks here in the last 4 of the upper bracket anyway. Pretty nice hands on both sides here. Sir Hamilton with access to a lot of their kind of... Got the Charm, got the Chariot, got the Lolth. Will with a super good Fable though. Fable, Aspirant Tick and Fable to get rid of 2 underdogs. Basically draw 2 cards for free. Kinda sick. Got 2 white mana already for Emperor, just needs the 4th land. Obviously might get a chance to make some treasures too. Fable was already good, but now that you've got the underdog, it's even better. What a card. You don't really want to trade your treasure making token for an underdog, but I mean, you do want to make a treasure though. If the block happens from Sir Hamilton, which it almost certainly will, the problem is it's not really something you want to verse either. It's a bit of a slow turn to verse it. You can Meat Hook is fine. You do give Sir Hamilton the opportunity to blitz those underdogs in the future, but you've still got the Emperor and the verse in hand, so you can interact with them when they're blitzed. Not on this upcoming turn, but to be honest, from Will's point of view, if one of the underdogs gets blitzed this turn, that's completely fine. Such a you get a bit of value, but it's a very slow turn, not really affecting the board in any way. You've got your Fable rolling. We do see the Chariot. There's another verse though. Alright. It's looking good for Will here. The attack is a little bit of a face-up Wandering Emperor, but that's okay. Seems like an easy pass to me. You get in for 3, you make your treasure, and Meat Hook's rolling, your Fable's coming online next turn. You've got 6 mana available from Will's point of view. Double verse, Emperor in verse. It's a pretty good Lolth turn though for Sir Hamilton. And there's the 1 of Titan. It's really like strong, powerful draws from both decks in this game. We do see the Chariot getting crewed up. Gonna probably try and make another Spider, I imagine. Will lets it through. Removes the Chariot. Let's have another Meat Hook in play. Or available, let's say. One of these verses is going to have to go on the Lolth. It's just whether you do it now or on your next turn. Don't see too much reason to do it exactly now. I mean, you can just do it on your own turn once you've got more information from your draw, but doesn't make that much of a difference because it's completely forced verse, so you know you're going to be using it anyway. Plus the CROKEYZ. Meat Hook for 2. It's insanely good. You can attack with your Goblin Shaman, make a treasure, hold your CROKEYZ back, maybe? Attacks in with it. So could have used that treasure on... Could have attacked with only the token, and then used the treasure on end step to make another copy of the token maker, or of the treasure maker. But decides just to get in for 1. Sir Hamilton's still 1 mana away from getting this Titan down, and specifically 1 green mana away. Celestus seems like a great draw. So Sir Hamilton, not with many options here, just a charm in how to use it, really. Will just seems to be snowballing in this game. If Sir Hamilton can get this Titan down, it's going to be a big swing, but we'll see if it's enough. Expect from Will's point of view, we'll probably just see them play the Celestis and hold up the verse, using the Celestis mana. Goes for another attack with a Kiki. Gotta respect it. Wow, Sir Hamilton goes for the draw 3. Duress, Sorin, non-green land, importantly. So, Sir Hamilton was trying to find removal, I guess, for the... or better removal spell, but unfortunately he's just given Will more information, really, on how to play the rest of his turn. Needs that third green very badly, and possibly just dead before he gets the chance to find it. We'll see. So Hamilton can get the Harvester and the Sorin down at least. But Will gets to untap with his Kiki GK and Emperor again. There's an Aspirant, you can blitz the underdog. No way to remove this lifelink and token, so Hamilton essentially on 9 here. And not really a way to deal 9 either. Got 3 from your token, 3 from your underdog. You can make a copy of any of these creatures, you can plus your Emperor. You can get through for 6 here. It's not quite enough. So if you're not getting lethal, then you've got to choose what are you putting into the Sorin. To guarantee a kill on the Sorin, you need to attack it with 3 creatures. It's an expensive one. At least the lifelink and token has no great blocks. You can eat one of the 3/2s, but those were going to die anyway. Still a great position for Will, but not able to get lethal on this turn, so Sir Hamilton does get another draw for the Titan. But I suspect that the Titan might be a little bit too late, though. Still on 1 life. Oh no, 0. That one dies too. Okay. I miscounted by 1. Just lethal. Meat Hook Massacre going off again. Alright. Into sideboarding. So in this Mardu versus Jund matchup, the card quality of the Mardu deck's a little bit higher than the Jund deck, I would say. But the Jund does have a little bit better mana too, so it's a bit of a trade-off. These 4 Graveyard Trespassers for the Mardu deck. Very nice though. Very, very nice. Got a little bit of incidental life gain, incidental damage. You can eat the opponent's underdogs. So yeah, quite a cool matchup. Mardu having access to cards like Apparition and Emperor is so good though. Jund does get to play some of the green spells though, so you do get to play Chariots, you do get to play Workshop Warchief, Titan, the Jund Charm. Two Valkeys for the Mardu deck, that's a bit of a haymaker too though. Sir Hamilton obviously got a 7 mana spell in his deck too with the Titan, but Tybalt is really good in these mid-range mirrors. Two lands for Will, no white source. Sir Hamilton got a bunch of mana, but quite a slow hand. At least he's got a little bit of removal, though, to tide him over in the early game here. Will does find his white. So Hamilton will want to, if possible, save this Besayu and actually use it as use the channel ability, use it as a removal spell. But if he doesn't find a land here, he might be forced to use it. You can still play the pathway as red, but yeah, just plays the Besayu now. One Ob Nixilis. Where's the second one, man? Alright, time for a Fable train. Sir Hamilton does have a bunch of removal though, so can certainly slow down these Fables. While getting to plus the Ob Nixilis, I mean, it's 5 loyalty now. It's actually going to be quite hard for... Against Sir Hamilton's hand, it's going to be quite hard for Will to get any damage in on this Ob Nixilis. We might see an ultimate. Alright, no lands in Will's hand. Two cards have to go. Which two? Yeah, I mean, Legion Angel, it's an incredible value card in this mirror, but when you're facing down this 5 loyalty Ob Nixilis, it is loaded. It is slow. We need some lands. I agree with getting rid of one of the Fables. The other one's tough, though. Could be the Archon. Could be the Legion Angel. Alright, found some lands at least. But you need to deal some damage to this Ob Nixilis. It's gonna go up to 6. Interesting choice for Sir Hamilton. Do you use the Abrade? Get this Ob Nixilis up to 6? Try and get an ult off? Or do you play your, like, more expensive and proactive play with a Chariot? If this Ob Nixilis takes 2 from the Archon, so if this Archon gets to survive and gets to hit for 2, I think you're basically giving up all chances of this Ob Nixilis ever ultimating. And he did go for the Chariot. He's choosing to save the removal. He's got a Meat Hook. He's got a Lolth. He's got an Abrade. So he's got plenty of ways to protect this Ob Nixilis, but I think he's given it up there. I don't think we're going to see this Ob Nixilis ult anymore. Duress is kinda sick when it hits a Lolth. We still see the Meat Hook available though. The meat hook, having information about it though. So the Archon tapping this 6 land, forcing the meat hook out for 3. If Sir Hamilton wants to use it, allowing Will to flash in the Emperor plus it, go to 4 toughness, keeping the Archon alive. So the Archon avoids both the meat hook and the Abrade this turn. Will is down to 12 though. So beginning to swing around this game towards Will, but he is quite far behind at the moment. He's got a tough choice. Do you protect your Archon with your Emperor, or do you remove the Chariot? You can only do one of those two things. Looks like he's going for the removal. That will allow a meat hook to come down. Still some really good threats in Will's hand. And still on 12. So you're getting low, but you've got a bit of time. Wow, we see just the Abrade. Not going for the meat hook. But what about plusing your Archon 3-4? You can, and then you can Elspeth plus as well. 4-5 lifelinker. Pretty good. You would give up your Elspeth to do that though. Lisa is just huge here. And the game is turning now. I think the major decision point in this game was that turn that Sir Hamilton left this Archon in play and essentially gave up his rights to ever ultimate the sub next to us. I think he needed that out. And he's gave Will just enough time to turn this game now. And it's looking bad for Sir Hamilton. Will's going to get an attack off with Elisa. Back up to at least 15. So now we can attack with Lisa, go up to 16. Hold the Archon back. Interesting for attacking with the Archon. Wow. So now Elspeth is dead to a removal spell on Lisa. Didn't find one. Alright, now it's a big problem. This game is over. So Hamilton threatening a meat hook for 6 potentially next turn, but that's just nowhere near enough. This Lisa's going to grow as fast as Sir Hamilton's ability to cast meat hook is. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even have to put a counter on Lisa this turn. Does it anyway, but doesn't have to. I guess putting it on Melissa does play around Sir Hamilton top deck and their one of basic land. Every other land would come in untapped, so it was almost never going to be a meat hook for 7 next turn. But I guess if you're in Will's spot, you can play around a one of. You're so far ahead. Here's a meat hook. Does not even kill the Lisa. And it's GG's. Will takes it 2-0 and moves into the upper bracket final. And we'll be back shortly with the rest of this round. Alright, and this is the other upper bracket semi-final, Gifler versus Sanro. Gifler up 1-0 at the moment. And looking good here in game 2 as well. Life totals are still high on either side, but Gifler with both a Kaito and a Wandering Emperor in play with a decent board alongside it. And a lot of stuff available in hand too. So looking good for Giffler here for maybe another 2-0. Got Sanroll on the other side playing his mono white kind of mid-rangey control deck that we saw earlier. This Kaito token moves up to a 4-4. Man, it's getting out of control here. Okay, Sanroll had 1 card left. It was a Wandering Emperor. That's not bad. You've got 2 major threats here, though, the Rafine and the unblockable token. Got to deal with the Rafine first, and then just find a way to deal with this token. So we see the Rafine triggers. This token can go up to a 7/7 unblockable. Wow. Maximum 7/7. I think it will go to 7/7, though. I doubt we're going to see Giffler discard this 5th land that he's got available. Yeah, so Thirst is kinda whatever. Wow, did discard the land. It's an interesting choice. I think getting in for 7 seems good here. Putting Sanroll to 10 with another Rafine in hand. You can easily threaten to deal that other 10 next turn. No blocks. No blocks, huh? Again, playing the Rafine here seems like it doesn't do anything. You can play the Rafine on the following turn. Sanroll finds an Apparition, which is a great removal spell, but man, it does nothing against the Kaito Ninja token. There is a 7/7 up to a 10/10 unblockable. Possibly, I guess you could get it all the way up to 11 if you wanted to use the other Emperor. But this token's going the full way. Apparition. An amazing card, but utterly useless here. We see GG's from Sanro, and Giffler, with Esper midrange, moves on to face Will on Mardu midrange in our upper bracket final. And we'll try and bring that to you soon. Alright, we've got one of our lower bracket games here. This is round 2 of the lower bracket, so these players are on their last life. If you lose this, you're out completely. We've got Pablo Gat, who we saw earlier, playing Esper midrange, up against Minky on Rakdos Anvil, the only Anvil player left in the tournament. Looks like Minky took game 1. We're deep into game 2 here. Minky does have a Fable online and rolling now. No blood tokens available at the moment, sadly, for Minky, so gonna take a while before can actually use these harvesters for removal. Looks like he's using them to loot, which is interesting. Auto tapper trying to tap their last red there. Kind of yikes. There is a Rafine in the air that Minky is going to struggle to remove, though. Can the Anvil and the Fable take over the game quick enough? Deadly Dispute, that's a good one. There's a Wandering Emperor on 3, and there's a Kaito on 4, so... Looks like neither of those Planeswalkers will be dying this turn. That's pretty bad for Minky, to be honest. Just looks like he's just given up on using Meat Hook as removal, just gonna get it down for 0 there. Potentially get that damage rolling. Which I think is a good decision. I mean, you've got to recognise that this game is not going much longer either way. You're either just gonna grind it out with these anvils and the KKGK, or the Rafina's going to kill you. I mean, you gave up the right to remove the Rafine when you used the blood token to redraw. You decided, okay, I'm not killing this Rafine, and I think that's fine. But you've got to follow that plan and get the meat hook down and start getting this damage in. Pablo draws 2, finds a verse and his own meat hook. Probably the 2 best cards in his deck right now. That's pretty good. And still got the opportunity to take some draws with Rafine as well. Goes for the verse on the meat hook before casting his own one. Make sure you get maximum damage and removal. Monkey cashes in some sacks. So we'll probably see... Not really able... Pablo, after using those spells, not really able to use the connive too well, because, I mean, you can't get rid of meat hook. You could attack with both. You don't want to let Monkey get a double block off on the token if you're planning on meat hooking. Okay, goes for the meat hook pre-combat, so gives up a lot of damage to... Well, to prevent that double block, really. Could have prevented the double block by plussing the Emperor on the token. But goes for the plus on the Rafine instead, like recognizing that this Rafine is almost unkillable now. And if he wins, it will be through this Rafine. So just piling everything on it. Monkey top decks a land, which is no good. And it could be dead in the air almost here. Does have some anvil triggers, so would almost certainly be able to survive one more turn, but yeah, that game is over. We're gonna go to game 3 here. Winner goes through to the next round of the lower bracket and makes it into the top 8. Loser is out. Interesting to see some graveyard trespassers in the sideboard for Monkey there and not wanting to use them. Just going almost full value here, but not quite full value. This is a nice hand. You've got Epicure into hopefully Anvil. Actually needs an untapped black to get that Anvil down on turn 2 though. Doesn't have it at the moment. I mean, even if he doesn't find the untapped black, you can just play another Epicure. It's not so bad. And maybe if you find the third land afterwards, you can go Anvil and Epicure on turn 3. And you're getting in for a lot of chip damage. There is a duress for Pablo though. We'll be able to get rid of this Anvil. It's huge. Once this Anvil is gone, then suddenly Monkey's hand looks terrible. It goes from great to terrible by 1 duress. I mean, it's minorly aggressive, like you're getting in for some chip damage here, but 3 Epicures are not going to stand up to an Esper deck. So the Monkey needs some action next turn, at the latest. And that is action. Top decks the Anvil. Possible top deck to save the tournament. Wow. Snaps it off, make your token, get your ping in. Pablo still looking not too bad though. I mean, it's an incredibly powerful hand, but still missing 2 lands to be able to get it all down. But plenty of time to find them though. Monkey draws a swamp. We might actually want to activate this anvil this turn by cycling the blood token. Which he does. I think he should have played the swamp first though and used the swamp mana to cycle, but worked out fine. Finds a little bit more gas as well. Monkey doing well here, finding the gas that he needs at the last possible moment every time so far. And Pablo did not draw the land. Wow. Alright. Suddenly there is a window for Monkey to maybe squeeze out a win before these huge Esper cards come down. The hole does remove the anvil, which slows the clock a bit, but yeah, I mean, Meat Hook's good, Dispute's good. Monkey is holding on here. If Pablo bricks on a land one more time, there's another anvil right on time. Wow. Insane draws. The anvil is not going to be enough to win this game by itself, though. Monkey actually has to get in for some attacks. That's a weird attack, though. I mean, that was always... You're just always losing a token for free there. I think you either attack with nothing or with everything there. Yeah, I think Monkey missed 2 damage. Because if you attack with everything, the underdogs are obviously going to block those anvil tokens anyway, right? They're not going to block the epicures. So we'll see if it's costly in the end, but Monkey, I'm willing to call that 2 missed damage. Pablo finds the 4th land, but it's tapped. This gives Monkey yet another turn. He's got 2 more turns here than he should have had. Capenna is okay. The question for Monkey is, how do you get this Meat Hook down? Is it for 0 this turn? Is it for 2 on a future turn? Looks like he's going to do it in the future. Just trying to maximize the damage while Pablo's like durdling around trying to get the mana to get his big cards in play. That 2 damage on those epicures might have been crucial. Right, use the treasure and the surge. You get your anvil token. Getting in for 4 here. That was kind of 1 damage missed again though. Alright, now Pablo has to choose, how do you order these threats? Goes for the Sorin Lifelinker first, most likely. We're not going to see a plus, are we? On 11 against Anvil, we are going to see a plus. Just desperate for that 5th land. Does find it. Okay. So next turn, Loth could come down. Elspeth could come down and give a lifelink counter. I mean, Monkey does have to put it... If he's not going to use a removal spell, he does have to put all 4 creatures, including the Hive, into the Sorin. Which is pretty expensive. He could go face, though. Face is 5. Put them down to 6. It's gotta be tempting. He could have had another 3 damage over the course of this game. I mean, the attack all face here could have put Pablo to 3. But instead, Pablo's still on 11. So it's a really tough game for Monkey, but man, a couple of different decisions in this game would be well, it would be over, right? Pablo would be on 3 here with a Sorin. I mean, sure, he could make a token, but the token can't attack until next turn. We are going to see Elspeth, if plus on the underdog, does walk into a surge. Badly walks into a surge. Only 5 damage in play for Monkey, including the Hive, so Elspeth might get to survive, and this is just the power of Planeswalkers, right? Like, Monkey feeling like he has to attack and kill these Planeswalkers every turn, so the life total is just not going down, and he's missing his window. Like, but yeah, I mean, you can go face, but we'll probably see Monkey go face this turn, I guess, though, because you can't actually kill the Elspeth. But you can see as these powerful Esper cards come down, it's starting to look better and better for Pablo with each turn that goes by here. Pablo's going to get to untap with an Elspeth in play, with an Emperor in hand, with a Lolth in hand, with a Verse in hand, and still on 10 life. What's the top deck? Another land, 7th land, okay. So I can play Emperor or Lolth with the Verse. I mean, the Verse is not that good, but it's good against the Hive. And this Meat Hook is still not in play. That could have been in play earlier too. But Pablo is slowly but surely beginning to turn the tides here. If they've not already turned, to be honest. This Anvil deck can deal a lot of damage, but 10 might be too much. Activates the Hive, which walks right into the Verse, sadly. It will still mean that Monkey could put all 3 creatures into the Lolth, and at least the Lolth would die. Both tokens and the Epicure after the Hive gets versed. You can even sack the token that gets blocked by the 3/2 spider. But unfortunately, the 3/2 spider is going to get to block the Epicure here. On this turn at least, and you can't sack that to prevent the life gain. Back up to 13, at least Meat Hook pings for 1. You've still got the Synthesizer, but this Elspeth is now an enormous problem. And it seems like it should be smooth sailing for Pablo from here. Like the Rakdos Anvil deck, it's sick, man. It's so strong, but these micro decisions have an enormous impact on the outcome of the game. Like every attack, every choice of artifact that you sack, what seem like small decisions have huge influence on the outcome. And when you're playing with imperfect information, it's hard to make those correct decisions every time. And all the attacks that Monkey made, all the sacks that they've made, there was a good justification for them in the way that he did, but we saw just slightly different choices, and he would have won this game easily. It's a very difficult deck. He hasn't even like, it's not like he's played badly. It's just that the choices that have been made in this game have just lined up not quite as good as he would have liked against Pablo's hand. And those small decisions just decide games with this deck. We're now at the point where it's extremely difficult for monkeys to win, though. There's too many spiders with lifelink. I think that Elspeth's on 3, right? So Pablo's going to get another activation with the Elspeth. Got an Emperor in hand. Sitting on 17 with at least 6 lifelinking power in play. Elspeth's only even going to take 1 damage here. You can just make a token. With your Emperor, block one of the 1/1s. There is a meat hook in play on Monkey's side though, which is very good. There is an anvil in play. It's very good. There's a synthesizer that you can use next turn. There's still hope, but it's slipping away fast. At least you're getting to prevent a -3 on the Elspeth, you know? Like, the plus is very strong. Like, the plus is no joke, but that's something to cling on to. You're avoiding the -3. Okay, Pablo top decks a land. But I imagine you just plus the Emperor token, give lifelink again, just gain life. Yep. And then we'll probably see a plus from the Emperor too. It's interesting what to plus with the Emperor. So the spiders have menace, which is super good. Makes it hard for them to be killed. But the token's got vigilance, so the token can actually protect your own planeswalkers, which is nice too. So yeah, it goes for the plus on the token. If you didn't plus the token there, then it's hard to justify an attack with the spiders too, right? Because you would have 2 tapped spiders, and Monkey could go for the double block on the 3/3 vigilance token that would not have first strike in that case. Then you're beginning to risk these planeswalkers, but this is a lot safer. You can maybe consider some pluses on the spider tokens using the Wandering Emperor in the future, but for this turn, I think pumping the vigilance one is very good. Alright, Monkey's asking a lot from the top of the deck here. Got 1 draw off the top, and you've got a draw off the synthesizer. Fable's a good start. Got to get rid of these planeswalkers, man. Meat Hook does not help with that. Not at all. And you just can't put any pressure on the planeswalkers here. You're going to see yet another trigger on both of them. And this is now extremely bad for Monkey. It's possible that Pablo could win this game without ever drawing another spell. Could just ride these 2 planeswalkers and 2 tokens all the way. Because Monkey's on 13, and I think we might see a flying counter on the Wandering Emperor token next turn. Let's see what Pablo gets. I mean, underdog ain't bad. Start blitzing that thing. Get some card draw going. I think you can put a flying counter on this token. You can make an additional token with the Emperor. You don't need to put first strike on anything this turn. We do see flying. So I like Pablo's choices so far. I mean, I agree with every activation of all the planeswalkers. Playing very well. Just squeezing out advantage like as you should be with Planeswalkers. They didn't go for the blitz on the underdog, which I find interesting, though. Not playing it as a creature or blitzing it. Still concerned about life total, even on 23 life. Alright. A Deadly Dispute. That's the start of maybe something for Monkey here. Well, and Grasp can remove one token. But what are you doing about the rest of them? Still got a blood token as well, so I mean the Hive is a land that you want to put in play, but like your next basic or your next dual land, you're at least gonna get a redraw there. Okay, putting both into the Emperor, so if Pablo wants to keep the Emperor around, gonna have to lose both tokens. That seems like it's very worth it to me. Wow, gives up the Emperor. Wow. Now that is a strange decision. The Emperor could just make another token anyway. Alright, Pablo, what's your top deck? You get a Rafine. Well, I mean that's quite the payoff for keeping the spider alive. Now the Rafine gets to come down and we get to get a Connive trigger on the same turn. The spider is now Menace, Lifelink, and Vigilance. And probably going to be a 5 for it. The Rafine also kind of a mega payoff for not playing the underdog last turn too, so worked out perfectly for Pablo there. There's his own Meat Hook. Meat Hook for 2 looks pretty good here to me. You're facing down a Hive attack, potentially, but you've got 2 blockers. And this looks unassailable now for a Monkey. I don't see what he could possibly draw that influences this game. Even if he draws like another Meat Hook to clear the board of creatures, Elspeth is now at 5 loyalty. It can start minusing to find some more threats. You're also on 5. The underdog is available, and that underdog's always, while the Elspeth's in play, it's always threatening to blitz for 4 damage at least. Maybe even 4 lifelink and damage. Deadly Dispute is a start. That doesn't help enough. Got the blood token still though. It's a mountain, and I think that's just about GG. So you can go, if you're Monkey, you can go to 6 with an Anvil trigger. Rafine, yeah, 3 attackers, counter from Elspeth. I think Monkey could survive 1 turn on 1 life, but that was game over. And Monkey moves on. Monkey is eliminated, and Pablo moves on into the top 8. Continues his run in the lower bracket. And we'll be back with the next round soon, guys. Okay, we're back for the winners bracket final. So the winner of this match goes to the grand finals. So a lot to play for here. For top 2, we've got Dr. Toboggan, Willosaurus on Mardu midrange, and we've got Gifler on Esper. Oof. Main deck duress bricks against Mardu as well. That's very unlikely. Feels pretty bad. Got reasonably slow hands from both players here. Nothing too explosive. Will does have his Legion Angel. Giffer's got a Meat Hook though, which is very nice. The earlier you can get that Meat Hook down in these grindy mirrors, the more life it's going to gain you, the more damage it's going to do over the course of the game. So Meat Hook, very good. Might see Gifler try and hold on to this Null Priest and maybe even go for a reanimation later in the game. If they find something else to do, of course, which they haven't really, so maybe you're just playing it. You know most of Will's hand too, so you know it's quite possible you're going to see a Legion Angel next turn. And then at least the Null Priest can attack into that. The first Legion Angel getting underneath this Interceptor that Gifler's just drawn is a little annoying, but yeah, it is what it is. It's an Elspeth top deck, that's pretty good. Legion Angel into Elspeth curve, not bad. We do see the first Angel come down. So Gifler will get through for an attack. You're gain 2, gonna take 4 back. Interceptor is pretty nice though. The Interceptor's just super good here because it's just very Will's hand is so expensive. It's very good against everything. It doesn't really matter what Will uses here. Whatever it is, it's going to get bounced. Goes for the Blitz Underdog. Which is... it's a good play. Gifler kind of given up a lot of information there on it being Interceptor by only having one white source available. So Will knows that it's not an Emperor. Could be a Verse, but it's either Verse or Interceptor, so that kind of makes it clear to go for the Underdog, to be honest. Holds back the Angel. That's a lot of lifelink coming in. 5 lifelink, plus another 5 damage. Gonna get a draw off the Underdog too. Like, Will's hand's really strong, but does he have the time to get this stuff down? Elspeth, not quite as good coming down on the turn if there's no creature in play, so Will just gonna play out Angel and Underdog most likely. These Underdogs are just insane. Giffer's still not putting the Meat Hook down though. Could have been racking up a bit of damage by now. But, I mean, Meat Hook and an Underdog doesn't feel particularly great. Double block on the lifelinkers now. Elspeth will be able to come down with a target. And Gifler needs to draw some action. Both players flooding a little bit, but it's not too bad. There's a Null Priest, and it's a Null Priest with enough mana to do the reanimation part of the card now. Top deck Tibble, huh? On exactly 7 lands? I mean, that seems good. Top deck Warden, huh? That seems good too. Not quite as good as a Tibble though, let me tell you. This Tibble is a big problem. It plussed into a Lisa and a Verse too. Lisa, Verse, Elspeth, Legion Angel, Underdog. I mean, Will's got a lot of stuff available. Plus, his board is not bad, and Gifler has just kind of got nothing. Will goes down to 5, but that Elspeth in hand is always threatening to come down and put a +1/+1 counter and a lifelink counter on this Angel. That's another Valky. So you can plus the Angel, you can gain 5, you can hold up Verse. It's pretty damn good. Hold Up Verse or Iganjo. Wandering Emperor, okay. Tibble on 4 loyalty, Elspeth on 6. This board is way out of control. Mardu coming through. Paying like the small cost of not being able to play the Triomes, so like a small mana base issue, for just being able to play the 3 best colours in the format, really. Your card quality is so high. And Gifler is just, what can you do? Rafine and Emperor, Underdog Rafine, Warden, Rafine and Hive Attack. I mean, it all sucks. Alright, pass with a lot of mana up. I think we'll see probably, what, Vigilance counter on the Legion Angel now? This Tibble is just doing too much stuff. Steals the Rafine. Gotta start with Vigilance. Against 5 open mana Esper. That's an easy Vigilance. 6/5 Flying Vigilance Lifelinking. Not bad. And I mean, Will's just now at the point where it's hard to make the correct play because you've simply got too much stuff. And it's a good problem to have. Getting Rafine down seems reasonable though. Get another counter on your Legion Angel. Discarding the land is fine. I mean, the cards in hand are super good. No, not really going to be... Not willing to trade any of those spells in hand simply for a 1/1 counter. Gifler does have the meat hook, but... Yeah, sure, you can clear the board once, or you can clear the creatures on the board. What about the planeswalkers? What about the rest of the hand? Kaito, a little bit late as well. A lot of good cards here for Gifler, but just gonna really struggle to actually get them in play before either you're dead or you're essentially dead to Tibble having drawn too many cards. I mean, to be honest, we're kind of already there. Yeah, I mean, Gifler just keeps doing strong stuff, but it's nowhere near strong enough. These Mardu cards are just too good. Tibble draws another Verse and an Aspirant, and that's game. Alright. Quite a quick game 1 there. And very clean. Will just got ahead and stayed ahead. But now we begin to see at least some of the benefit of playing a deck like Esper over Mardu. Cards like Negate. But Giffer's only got 1. Other than that, not really getting too much out of his blue. Other than the Kaito for these mid-rangey emitters. Will wanting to bring in Duress, Ray of Enfeeblement, bringing in the Archons. These Archons have been really nice so far. Just because of the amount of non-basics in the deck. I mean, most of these mid-range decks are playing 1, maybe 2 at most basics. A 3 mana, 2/3 flyer, make essentially every land in your opponent's deck come in tapped. That's pretty damn good. Giffler with a very nice start here, though. Fairy Vandal into Kaito. Well, with a discard spell, though. Kaito and 2 Rafines, so I guess you take the Kaito, see what you can do against these Rafines. But Giffler's about, this Fairy Vandal's about to be a 3-4. A 3-4 that's only going to get bigger. Always feels good to connive an underdog away. Basically get to draw for free. And here we're going to see the Esper Snowball. I think you can just bolt it in and get in with the Blitz. What's that, 7, maybe up to 10, up to 11 damage here? Here we go. Keep the land, discard 3 non-lands. You've got 7 damage, you get 3 counters from Rafine, you get 1 counter on the Vandal. And Will's going to 6 on turn 4. Yep. Tell you what, just for good measure, we'll draw a card. Meat Hook looking quite embarrassing against a 4-5 and a 4-7. At least this early in the game. There is an Emperor for the Rafine. There is a Verse for the Vandal, but unfortunately you can only do one of those 2 things this turn. If you want to Emperor the Rafine, you're going to have to attack and then use your treasure as well, so you'll even lose your treasure in the trade. You go to 8. Is there a lethal for Giffler? Not quite. No way to get that Vandal counter this turn until the end step. You could get a counter off of the underdog, and then you haste in for another 3 for 7, but yeah, you won't get that counter until the underdog dies at the end of turn. I mean, play a Lolth, kill an Emperor is not a bad turn though. But at least Will is holding on. And does the game begin to turn in his favour now? Let's see. His Fairy Vandal's still quite a big problem. You've got a Verse for it, but I mean, you kind of want to use the Verse on the Lolth if you can. Meat Hook's pretty good, but it does make your Goblin only deal 1. Choosing to leave the Lolth in play. We'll be able to put it down to 2 loyalty, so won't be able to actually make any creatures next turn. Does get to draw though, which is not bad either. Uh-oh. Giffler's beginning to flood. Kikijiki is untapping in play. Will rips a Lisa off the top. Oh my god. That's pretty good. Especially because Giffler is probably gonna... If Will can find the patience to hold this Lisa for 1 turn, Giffler pretty much has to flash in the Emperor and remove the Kikijiki, and that will leave the Lisa protected. Can Will hold this Lisa for 1 turn? Can he find the pass? And bait Giffler into Emperor and the Kikijiki? Yes? No? No? Okay. So now Giffler's got a choice to make. Do you Emperor the Kikijiki, or do you hold it until Lisa? Or until Lisa attacks? Giffler just casts it anyway, okay. Still gotta find an answer to this Lisa, though. That is not an answer. You can blitz, I mean, you can plus, you can minus your Emperor, you can't really attack, though, is the problem. There's not really anything in your deck you can even represent here by attacking. Elisa will just kill the Emperor, so it seems sensible to make a token. You could have plus, though, maybe. To potentially force a Lisa attack into the Wandering Emperor and save yourself some life, but, well, obviously has the 2/2 as well. And it's whether or not Will would put both creatures into the 2 loyalty Wandering Emperor, which I do doubt a little bit. Alright, huge draw step for Giffler here. What's it gonna be? I don't really understand why Will didn't attack with Elisa, though. I mean, you don't really want it to be tapped against an Emperor deck, but there was only 3 mana available. There's the Emperor, but... So the Emperor could have came down and ate the Lisa. You would be on, what, Giffler would be on 2, minus the Emperor, go back up to 4, and you would have lethal anyway with your underdog. 3 damage plus 1 from the meat hook. I think you just blitz again, right? Blitz it up, get in there. Because now you kind of have to attack with Elisa, because if you're playing around Wandering Emperor... then I don't really understand why you don't, but I guess it's fine either way, I guess. This is just bad for Giffler, man. I don't... What type of cards can you even top deck? Even a removal for Lisa doesn't do too much anymore because the Celestis train is rolling now. There's Archon. A little bit late in the game to get too much effect out of the tap land thing, but hey, it's a flyer. Flyers are good. Hard to see a way back for Giffler now. This Lisa is just never gonna attack. That's fair. Giffler does get to protect the Emperor for a turn. At least that land can cycle. Needs to draw some action, man. There's a verse. So might get to keep the Wandering Emperor alive again here because will have to put both non-Lisa creatures into the Emperor to kill it. Going face. Could even activate the Celestis as well. I mean, it's nighttime, you can activate, go to day. Will's not cast any spells this turn, would get to go back to night again for free. It would cost 1 treasure to do that. Didn't go for it though. Could have been good, I mean it gains 2 life, right? 2 life, you get to see 2 extra cards. For what? For the price of 1 treasure? There's a Null Priest. I didn't quite catch what creatures are available. None. I mean, these Null Priests have not been very... I've not been very impressed by them over the course of the weekend. We've seen a lot of people play them, but... very, very rarely has the kicker ability done, well, anything. And we see a lethal attack from Dr. Toboggan, aka Willosaurus, and he moves into the grand finals. Goes all the way through the upper bracket, and he's going to Well, he's going to finish the event either first or second. So congratulations to young William. Giffler is still alive, though. We'll see if they can make it through the lower bracket to face Will again. Okay, we're into the top 6. There's 4 or 5 players in the lower bracket, and Will waiting in the grand finals. We've got 2 matches here in lower bracket round 4, I believe. We've got Tovergent playing Jeskai Hanat, which we've not seen yet, and we've got Sanrol on the mono white mid-rangey control-y weird pile. So we'll see how this goes. Not seen this Hanata deck yet. Not in this set, anyway. Seems like it should be a good matchup for Hanata, though. But we will see. I mean, it's definitely a good hand. Good lands, iteration, negate, a braid, got a gold span. Not a bad hand for Sanrol either. But this has got to be a tough matchup for like a mono white mid-rangey deck. Aspirant seems just about the best card you could top deck here though, so it's a good start. Let's get that Aspirant rolling. Doesn't use it. Wow. Doesn't use the Aspirant. Seems kind of crazy to me. I mean, you've got... Even if the Aspirant gets removed, you've got 2 Iganjos here to bring that Aspirant back. Or it gets a stroke off of a disdainful stroke off of the iteration and a land. Okay. Wedding announcement for Sanro rather than the restoration seems fine. Just more iterations, good card. So Tovergent just really just has to find a 5th land, right? Get this gold span down with a negate available. I mean, a 2nd negate sounds good. Take your negate, take that land, put the gold span back, and you can just protect this gold span forever, no? That seems decent to me. It's a tough choice, though. Hard to give up a gold span. Wow. Takes the 2nd gold span over the 2nd negate. What an interesting choice. Weird, this is just so good, right? You're holding up negate, you're holding up stroke, you're holding up a braid. You're getting ready to go into your gold span turn. Okay. I mean, if you're Sanro, you hate to see the Jeskai player discarding an iteration. That is a bit spooky. This just seems like, to me, this just seems like a free win for Hanata, man. What is a white pile supposed to do? So hard. So you can negate the Iganjo, or you can hold the negate to protect your gold span. If you're taking the 2nd gold span like you did on the iteration, then I think you want to be a bit more liberal with your negates, right? But to be honest, Iganjo just doesn't really do anything, does it? Let's be honest. It is omega slow in this matchup. So there's the gold span, and you do at least still have the negate here to protect it. And you're threatening to just play the other gold span next turn. You're putting Sanrol down to 13 here, maybe getting them all the way down to 5 the following turn, and you've got a bunch of counters, a removal spell, a little bit of draw with the inscriptions. It's looking good. There's the Emperor. Still got the negate, but I mean you can use the stroke for the Emperor anyway. Emperor is a nice removal for the gold span because the Emperor does not give the gold span a treasure when you try and exile it. But we know that this Emperor is not making it onto the battlefield. There's the Aspirant comes into play. At least the wedding announcement's about to flip, so these creatures are beginning to become a threat. But the clock from Sanral just not quite fast enough here, it looks like. Torvigent just not even feeling the need to use the removal spell there. There's a second Emperor, but there's a negate and a stroke available. And I think you're safe to just play the second gold span. And you kind of have to play the second gold span or else you're going to lose the race, right? You can play second gold span, you've got negate, you've got stroke. And it's looking mighty good for Torvigent here. Just needs to attack with these two gold spans twice. And that's game one in the bag. Very heads up by Sanro going for the Iganjo first. Even though it is the cheapest option out of the two Wandering Emperors and the Iganjo. And that's a major decision in this game. We've got a game now. So much mana available for Torvigent though. If they hold this inscription, we might see even a kicked inscription next turn. You can kick that thing and still hold up all these counters and removals. But starting to become forced into using the removal spell. They are brave because the clock is in favour of Sanral all of a sudden, thanks to that Iganjo. You probably remove the Aspirant, but I mean, you're still taking 5 damage here. Still got such a nice hand available though. But you're going to 11, and there is 9 damage on board. And with only 1 gold span in play, you need 3 attacks, while Sanro's sitting on 9. That one decision of using Iganjo instead of the Wandering Emperor has taken this game from a closed, an open and shut case into an extremely close one. I mean, Sanral is not going to be able to remove this second gold span. There's no hope of removing this second gold span, but their clock might be just fast enough to race it. Hinata seems like to me. Can you Hinata kick the inscription and hold up your counters? It looks like you just about can. At least that after you get your gold span attack off, which you know you're getting off with all these counter spells. And at worst, this Hinata can be used as a blocker to buy one more turn for one more attack on the gold span. So really good draw there. I think you can start off with attacking with a gold span now. And then go for the kicked inscription. Going for the negate rather than the stroke. Interesting choice. Gosh, I'm really surprised how close this game is. But it's still looking good for Torvigent though. Just about. This kicked inscription is just insane though. Absolutely insane. Still got the stroke up as well. I mean, Sanrol only has to remove one of the two flyers to buy a turn. But man, how do you remove one of the two? Not easy. There's another negate. And that should close the game. So if you've got 7 mana, you can Wanderer and then you can march for 3, paying the Hanata tax on exile in your restoration, but march for 3 just doesn't remove either of these flyers. And unless Tovergent for some reason blocks the 4/5. Yep. You can't use that march because you need to pay the 1 tax on the Hanata. So you can do X equals 2 with your 3 mana, X equals 4 by exile in the restoration, but you can't pay that 1 tax on the Hanata. We need to see a block here from Tovergent. A double block for some reason. Don't see it coming though. And that's going to be game 1 to Tovergent on Jeskai Hanata. Sanrol 1 mana off being able to remove one of these creatures here. Actually, insanely close game for how it was looking in the early game. It looked like just a stroll to victory for Tovergent for a while there. The Hanata tax claims another victim though. We go to sideboarding. This white deck, it just doesn't quite have the tools for this matchup. And you've got some absences. The marches can maybe be okay. I guess if Hinata overcommits to the board, you might be able to go for some sort of farewell, but these are all like pretty scuffed answers. Depopulate is at least something. But even that is not great. The Archons, I would say, are good. Gotta get your Archons in there. Archons, depopulates. Your Legion Angels are pretty good blockers. And like a constant stream of them as well. But yeah, tough matchup. Two strokes and 3 negates for Hinata here. Opus, Iteration, keeping in 1 Valorous Stance and 3 Abrades as removal options. Plus your Opus, of course. Gotta say, I'm surprised to see Sanrol not bring in these Archons. Of course, once the Hinata deck gets their flyers into play, sure, your Archon can't really attack it anymore, but you know, it slows them down by a lot. Considering the Hearse. So you would play the Hearse if you think Hinata's gonna bring in the Liar, and wow. Crazy. Tovergent brings in the Liar with like 5 seconds to go, and Sanrol brings in the Hearse as well with 5 seconds to go. That was some next level stuff. Okay. 3 Opus, a Hinata, a Liar. That's got to be a mull. 1 Opus in a Hinata, that's more like it. Very like slow hand though for Tovergent here. might be forced into actually using the Opus for a treasure token. Unless the Jawari can do some like serious work. And if you're using the Opus as a treasure token, then I mean your Hinata begins to look not nearly as good. Sanro with a reasonably proactive play here. Got Aspirant, got Iganjo, got Wedding Announcement. Needs a third land though. The Jawari actually comes down as a land. So Sanro in game 1 actually chose not to play the Aspirant on turn 2, but they were on the draw, so it's slightly different and playing it into 2 open mana. Again, Tovergent with the option of making a treasure with the Opus, but man, I don't know if you can. Yeah, it'll allow you to get the Hinata down, but what are you doing with it? Nothing. Sanro finds the third land, which is good. We saw them go for Wedding Announcement first. Last game. Which did put on just enough pressure to like help them compete in the game. Goes for the Iganjo this time though. Change of plans. Overgent does make a treasure. Kinda forced now, I think. But this, no, like now this hand, it's kinda, it just doesn't do too much, does it? Are you going to use your treasure to get Hinata in play with no mana left? Or are you going to hold up a stroke? It's not really too amazing either way. If you're gonna not play the Hinata and hold the Hinata, what are you holding it for? You've got nothing to use it for once you've got a bit more mana. Sure, you can always rely on top decks, but how do you play the hand you've got at the moment? I mean, holding up the stroke is not the worst thing in the world. You might get to get a Valorous Stance removal off on the Aspirant. That's an option. But it also might not happen. So will we see the other restoration too, or are we going to go into Wedding Announcement this turn? Okay, so that's at least something. You can remove this Aspirant with your stance. And then next turn you've got Hinata plus 1 mana Disdainful Stroke, potentially, using the treasure token. I think now that the Aspirant's dead, maybe Sanro wants to go for the Iganjo, get that Aspirant back out the graveyard next turn. But you need to get this Wedding Announcement in play at some point. Need to get it making tokens, need to get it flipping into the Anthem. Another land. 1 mana stroke, pretty good. Because Sanro does have a march. So they might go for the march, and they're going to have to exile a white spell from hand to even target this Hinata, and then if it gets stroked, oh man, that is bad. But surely we're going to see the Apparition. This is why the Apparition's still in the deck, because it can't target the gold spans. It can target Fable in Tovergent's deck, but I mean, you see a Hinata, you try and get it off the board ASAP. It's a simple rule. Alright, and the Wedding Announcement is ticking now. There's a gold span. Gold span, you can hold up stroke. I mean, can you even afford to attack with it, though? You attack with Goldspan, you're taking 7, maybe 10 on the swing back if Sanro wants to fire up their land. But if you don't attack with it, and your Goldspan's not too good either, it's not making a treasure, it's not generating new mana, your Goldspan like kind of remains fine if you don't attack with it, but your Liar's beginning to look bad, right? You need to generate some mana so that you can recast this Magma Opus with the Liar. Does go for no attacks. So Sanro can give up their Architect to what, get in for 4 or even 7 if they use the cave. Potentially get in for 7. You get a draw off of the wedding announcement. You get to flip your wedding announcement. It would be an expensive turn. Are we going to see a double Field of Ruin? Do it. Open deck list. You know they've only got one mountain. We're going to see Iganjo refetch a Field of Ruin. Oh man. Give up 1/1/1 token to get a draw off the wedding announcement, and it's also going to flip, and that makes the Architect attack a hell of a lot better next turn when it's a 4/5. There is a March, though. March much better with Anata in play, but still decent for sure. Alright, we've got a game on our hands here. Torvagent knows that these Field of Ruins are coming in. Yeah, now Torvagent kinda has to attack, right? You need these treasures, you need the mana. You're going down to 3 lands next turn, potentially. But these creatures are so big. 2/2 token, 3/3 apparition, 4/5 architect. It's a swing for 9. You can attack for 4 with your land. Written in 13 damage. Liar is nice though. You can Liar, you can use 1 treasure to remove the architect. You can use the other treasure to hold up the stroke. And you might have just enough mana to get an Opus off on the following turn. If Sanro does bring back the Field of Ruin, it does come in tapped. So it will take a while to get it off. But there's another Iganjo. And unfortunately, this March is so expensive. When it targets a 5 mana creature like this. It'll be interesting to see if Torvagent uses the stroke to counter, or if they just use the March to protect the Liar. So they're going for the March. And again, interesting here, do you do X=1 to just protect your Liar? Or do you use your second treasure? I mean, you have the opportunity here to trade 1 treasure to save 7 life. Like, it's a pretty good deal. You can phase out 2 of the opponent's creatures here, huh? Alright, gonna phase out 1 creature and target the Goldspan. So it takes 5. Sanro deciding whether they want to discard a card from hand to get this Field of Ruin back. Seems like it's beginning to look less and less worth it, huh? With the fact that you're unable to remove this gold span, that the Field of Ruin plan seems like it's lost its window. There is a Magma Opus. So with a gold span attack, you can cast Opus. It would leave you with only 1 mana, but you do get 2 draws. 2 draws at a land to be able to hold up the stroke. It's risky, but is it a forced risk? Do you have to do it? Not really, right? Like you can just hold up the march and just phase the whole board while holding up the stroke, while holding up the stance. Yeah, I'm not seeing a reason to do it. Not yet, anyway. You can just make another treasure pass. Fateful Absence is a decent card. I like going to attacks first here because Torvergent pretty much has to use the march first, right? Has to use the march, gonna target Sanrol's creatures with the march. And then you might be able to sneak in this Absence. Going for the full X equals 7. Target it all. But in response, Sanrol is going to be able to remove one of these things if they want. There's still the stance available, but not if you target the Leer, though. And now, Torvergent does not quite have lethal. We're going to be able to untap into 4 with the gold span plus. Does have enough treasures to go another 4 with the Opus, but needs to find 1 damage. And this white board is just way out of control now. Like, they're just almost certainly going to be able to swing for lethal on their next attack. That is an opportunity to squeeze in the Field of Ruin, so that land will be gone. There's no other basics in the deck. And Sanrol's got just enough mana left over to get the Eiganjo down too. Alright, can Torvergent find 1 damage? Not yet. So you're going to have 5, you're going to have 11 mana. So after the Opus, 3 more mana. You're not really... This Hanata deck's not able to do too much with 3 mana. I mean, certainly not enough to influence this board. Other than cast the 2 of Spikefield Hazard. Or lethal. 2 Spikefield Hazard. And that is about it. Alright, it's all going to come down to this. There's a lethal attack. Unless the Opus taps can keep Torvergent alive, but... No, I don't see that because there's still the creature land, right? That's a 4/5 creature land. Sanro has to fire it up though. Like in response to the Opus. So you can tap the 2 architects. You can remove 1 of the 3 other creatures with the Opus, but then the creature land plus the 3 plus the 2. That's threatening 9, so this is a forced into the Opus first. And Torvergent basically has to find either a removal spell to stay alive, or Spikefield Hazard. Actually, Spectral Hazard doesn't even work, right? Got to find, like, a Braids. Another Blue March. Something to stop one more attacker. Because Torvagent's coming in with 3 plus 2 plus 4 from the land. Alright, never mind, I'm dumb. Magma Opus also makes a 4/4 creature, by the way. I'm sure you can understand, chat. I missed the endless stream of text. Nobody has ever read to the end of Magma Opus. No one's read that book. Alright, so this seems like a good spot to have top decked a Magma Opus. That's pretty nice. Good games. Okay. Crazy game. I lost track of what was happening at the end there. Too complex for me. Get these blue decks out of here. I've got to say, Sanro put up a great fight in what I've got to consider an almost unwinnable matchup. But yeah, well played by both sides. Torvagent goes through. Sanro, unfortunately, tournament is over. And with that, the last remaining mono-white mid-range deck is out. But Torvagent moves through, and we'll be back with the next round soon. Okay, we're into the top 4. This is lower bracket round 5. So the winner of this match will go on to play Gilfer for a chance to play against Will in the grand finals. We just saw Torvagent playing Jeskai Hinata, and we're going to see them again. This time up against Elliot and Esper midrange. So the Esper deck, I think, has a little bit more tools to deal with this Jeskai deck than the mono white version that we saw last game. So we'll see how it plays out. See the Fable this time for Torvagent. It's quite a slow hand for Elliot, though. Like, Underdog, pretty good against a deck like Jeskai, but the Meat Hook, not so great. The Lolth, very slow. We'll see if he keeps this hand. Good mana, at least. But on the draw, this looks like it could be a problem. Needs a bit of help, this hand. Really tough decision. Goes for the keep. Okay. That's such a nice hand for Torvagent, though. Iteration, Jawari, 2 Jawari. Got a Fable to get the treasures going. This time kind of got a hand that doesn't really need to make a treasure from Opus, but I guess if Elliot does nothing, maybe you would still make the treasure, but we'll probably just see Underdog, right? The Arbiter draw for Elliot is just another kind of top-end spell that's just not... will be good later, but completely useless right now. At least against the Fable, that gives the Meat Hook something to do. At some point. There's another Underdog. Alright, Torvagent needs some lands. Would really like to not have to place this Jawari as a land. Something like untapped land, or iteration, untapped land, hold up, negate, and Jawari is so much better. Looks like they're going to risk it with only one loot, though. Oh! Greed! Could have looted 2 there. So now, if you do... now it's a choice, right? Do you even go for the iteration? You can always use the treasure that you get from the shaman to do the negate, but you want to save the treasures, man. You've got a gold span in hand, you've got an opus that you want to use the gold span to cast. But I think you do. I think you have to go for the iteration, but you really want an untapped land here. You do not want to hold up this negate using the treasure. Hanata. I do see our coast. Yep, so I've found a land, and much better now. Okay, that was a really good turn for Torvagent there. And Elliot just with nothing to do other than blitz this underdog, and it's so weak, man. Torvagent doesn't even think it's worth using the Jawari on. We're going to see Goldspan come down. We're going to see Negate to protect it. We might even see Hanata come down. That is another untapped land, so that does make Hanata a bit better than Goldspan, maybe. You can play Hanata, you've got 1 mana Negate without using the treasure to protect it. You can go for a 2 mana Opus if the window is available. If you go for the Opus now, you're not going to have the Jawari or Negate, so yeah, I think you hold for now. Play a 4/4, hold up a 1 mana Negate seems good. And now you see why Elliot took so long to decide whether to mull this open in hand, because it was too slow. There's your Jawari. 1 mana. Counter a 5 mana Planeswalker with your island is quite good. And that this game is real bad now. Copy the Goldspan. Swing in for 12. Make 2 treasures. You can Opus for 2. You've still got Negate plus another 3 mana available, essentially. Which seems kinda good to me. Here's the meat hook. That gets negated for 1. Then you Opus, and it's GG. We go game 2, a fast one. A fast one there. Yeah, Elliot needs a faster hand than that. You're just asking to get mauled with that hand. Lethal without even needing to cast that Opus. That was just a couple of Jawaris, a couple of iterations, and a couple of creatures, and the game is over. Alright, so what has Elliot got to fight back here? More Emperors. Negates. A third. Well. First to negate. Third to duress. Like the Interceptors. Oh. The Interceptors are pretty good, but there's kind of a clock for the Interceptors, huh? I mean, at some point, Torvagent is going to have a bunch of lands and a bunch of treasures, and the Interceptors are going to do nothing, right? They're going to come down, they're going to bounce a spell back to hand, and then Torvagent's just going to have the mana to recast like every spell that could possibly be bounced. But there is a nice window around about like turn 4, 5, 6 where these Interceptors could be very impactful. Elliot just has to find them in that window. They're obviously useless at the start of the game because can't cast them. They're useless at the end of the game, but they have potential to be game winning in the mid game. Origin going for a lot of counters and not much removal. Interesting choice. Quite similar sideboard plan to what we saw from Torvagent against the white deck, but actually bringing in the Hullbreaker Horror as well this time. But other than that, looks almost exactly the same. Elliot not even bringing in the negate. Wow. Alright, let's go game 2. Got the Rays. The Rays are good against Hinata. Reasonably useless against Goldspan, though. And there is one of the interceptors. So Rafine into interceptor. Could do some work here. There's the 4th land to be able to use it. Tovergent with not a ton going on. A Braid can't remove a Rafine. It can remove an interceptor, but that's a while down the road. Elliot choosing whether to just slam the Rafine here or to play around Jawari. I don't think you have the time to play around Jawari here. Recognizing as well that the interceptor's got a window of being good, and if you play around Rafine by passing and going for Ravine next turn, then you might miss your window on your interceptor, right? But here it's much better, man. Now you're swinging in, you're getting a Rafine attack off, you're getting to probably loot away one of these Rays. Keep one for the Hinata. There's another interceptor right on time. And this is where they're super good, huh? And then you just try and get these interceptors off, and you try and get some attacks off, and hopefully Tovergent flops over and dies. It's a simple plan. Oh, gonna play one proactively? Don't know about that. I think you can just pass. You're threatening a 3-6 Rafine here. 3-6 Rafine, you've got Duress plus hold up interceptor next turn with land. I think that is a disciplined pass from Elliot there. Elliot, well played. Now at least you get to see what's going on. And you're going to be happy to see there's not much going on. I mean, Tovergent's hand gets turned on completely once the gold span hits the board. But these interceptors are just going to prevent that gold span ever getting into play. Or at least before it's too late. You could honestly make a case of getting rid of the Abrade. The Abrade is the only thing here that's going to stop you getting an interceptor attack off. If you can get an interceptor attack off and a Rafine attack, then that might help you ride the 2 interceptors plus the Rafine to kind of lethal damage on the same turn that the gold span comes in. The March can do a similar thing, but the March is just stopping an attack for a turn. It's not actually, it doesn't deal with your next attack, and I think that is a good Abrade discard. You're not often going to discard Abrade with your Duress against Jeskai Hinata, but hey, this is the game we're playing, so it's Abrade this game. And another Duress is sick for next turn, just same thing again, right? Oof. Jawari, but not quite got the mana to use this Jawari if you go for the gold span. Interceptor just insane here. And you get an attack off with it. So that's 6 damage at least, plus up to 2 counters from your conniving. Underdog's a good one to connive away. think you can attack first this time. Duress first is fine too. So the gold span is going to come down again. I think you have to take Jawari, yeah, in case you brick on a land. If you don't get a land here off of the connive, and then Torvergent top decks on untapped land, then they have gold span plus the Jawari to protect against the next interceptor. And it looks like Elliot might be able to do exactly what we needed from him here. Just ride these two interceptors to take it to in the Rafine to get game 3, and there was the untapped land. So very important discard. The discard on the Abrade into the discard on the Jawari. Probably the two least likely cards to be discarded in this matchup. But just great use of Duress there. And Torvergent can, it looks like, no, they can't quite stay alive here. They have March for 1, right? Only? Which you can put on the 6/4 Interceptor, but then you're just mega dead. 2 from Rafine, 4 from Interceptor, 3 from either Hive or Underdog, plus 3 connive triggers. So you have to exile the negate, I guess. What? Couldn't you have? You could have exiled negate, and that would give you three targets with your march. I mean, it's a bleak position, but you still get to save the gold span and the opus. But I guess even with a gold span attack, you wouldn't have enough mana for the opus, so yeah. Maybe just got no outs there. Alright, both players. Elliot. Maybe cutting Lolth? Lolth does seem not that good to me. Torvergent actually going down the marches. Surprising. Bringing in Battle of Frost and Fire. Not seen that one in a while. Elliot's still sticking with the 4 rays. Seems like it's a lot of rays to be playing. But at the end of the day, I mean, the Hanatas have to die. They've got 4 Hanatas, so why not play 4 rays? Torvergent went down in a gate there. Makes sense. I mean, had negate in hand last game, it was completely useless. Alright. And we go into game 3. One of these players will finish 4th. One will finish in the top 3 and make it into the cash money prizes. It's an important game. Elliot has no lands. Torvergent has 2 tapped lands with no red. What is this? What is going on here? These are 2 absolutely god-awful hands. Torvergent has already mulled to 6 though. They're what? They're one red source away from a reasonable hand. Are you gonna risk your tournament life on an early red source? Hinata just doesn't seem like a deck that can play very well with only 5 cards though. But yeah, it's a keep. A much better hand for Elliot here. No white mana though for Elliot this time. No white for Elliot, no red for Tovergent. Oh, I said Tovergent had mulled. It looks like they actually hadn't mulled. Well, if they hadn't mulled at all, I think then yeah, man, that's a crazy keep. I would snap mull that to go to 6. Maybe not to 5, but to keep all 7 there? Oof. I think Elliot, you want to keep the Wanderer, but you have no white sources. The Wanderer's got to go. If you bin the Wanderer and draw 1 white source, you can play a game of Magic. If you keep the Wanderer, you've got to draw 2 white. It's a lot to ask from the deck with no draw in hand. You've got no Kaito available to filter, no Rafine available. You've got to... It feels bad, but the Wanderer's got to go. And there it goes. Alright, there's the Rafine. Still need the white though. Duress, you see Iteration, Fable, March, and no red source. Take the Iteration. It's a land, but it's another blue. And now you can take the Fable, right? That's a land for Elliot, but no white still. Alright. Tovergent badly needs a red. Elliot badly needs a white. Tovergent draws another blue source. Elliot draws a Wanderer. What is this nonsense? Elliot top decks a double white spell with no white mana. Tovergent draws another blue land. Somebody please draw the correct colour. All I want is for at least one of these 2 players to play some Magic. That's a white source. Okay. Elliot gets there. Alright, now Tovergent really needs a red. Does Elliot go for the Rafine on his own turn, or do you hold up the Interceptor? You know that there's going to be no gold span next turn, so that's kind of a reason to go for Rafine. Still no red. Uh-oh. Played Jawari as a land too, so now that unlocks Elliot's Interceptor here. What do you discard? So Underdog is the obvious one. You could get rid of the second Rafine. Alright, Tovergent's running out of turns here. There's the first red. Okay. Please play that pathway as red. Don't mouse slip here. Okay. Oh, here we go. There's the Interceptor, so you can stroke the Interceptor and the Hinata comes into play, but the Hinata is exposed for a turn. But Elliot doesn't have a removal spell here. The Verse can't target it, the Wanderer can't target it. There's your 4 rays. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. That's a ray off the top. Pretty good. Do we get another red? We do find another red for the gold span. Alright. Both players rocking and rolling now. If this gold span attacks, you've got the verse, the march can protect it, and then on the next attack you've got the emperor. Still looking really good for Elliot here. Overgent does have a haul available though, which is pretty good. And just an insane amount of mana, so like top deck Opus, these type of things are beginning to look really good. But big draw step for Torvergent though. I think Elliot's looking good here most of the time, but there are definitely cards in Torvergent's deck that they can find here that can change this game a little bit. Right, so Elliot's got a Wanderer and an Interceptor now, but doesn't have access to them this turn. Actually still needs another white for this Wanderer. Wow. Okay, there it is. Torvergent draws a Hinata. You actually do. You've got enough mana to do Hinata and activate your haul this turn, or on Elliot's turn. So what's it gonna be? It might be attack with the haul and the gold span. Put Elliot to 7. And then if Elliot brings back the underdog, then you can just chump with the Hinata and you'd have lethal, right? With another gold span and haul attack, so they wouldn't actually be able to threaten lethal in any way. This Raffine's only threatening to go to 6 power. I guess you would have to block anyway to play around Emperors if a second white source is played. Very interesting turn here. I think that there's some world where Torvergent can get in for 11 here. Yeah. Yeah. We like to see this. Goes in for 7 only. Okay, so all plus either of these creatures surviving would represent lethal. Second white source is so good though, because now Elliot can attack and Torvergent has to block. There's a Ray too though. Oh man. Man, oh man. So you can Ray the Hinata, and then Torvergent has to find the block with the gold span here, or else that Emperor can flash in and put Raffine from 6 power to 7. Not if Elliot discards the land though. If Elliot discards the land, then Torvergent does not have to block, right? I don't think Elliot can threaten 2 damage here. Obviously, we can see his hand. We know that he's only got 1 extra damage, but I don't think his deck can threaten 2 damage here. So Torvergent, you've got to take this opportunity to, with a fine comb, check out Elliot's deck list. Can he deal 2 here? Can he deal 2 damage? And from what I can see, I don't think so. I'm looking. I don't see it. Wow, does block with the Nata. Magma Opus? Woo! Okay. What a game, man. What a game. Alright, so if Torvergent fires up the hall and attacks with both, yeah, they're dead. If they don't do that, it's looking bad too. I'm not seeing a line for Torvergent here. You can't even cast the Opus without attacking with a gold span. Yeah, I think it's... Get in there. Yeah, it's time to get in there. And then... Rip. Take 7, down to 6. And Elliot just has to attack with Rafine and the underdog to book his place in the top 3. Alright, GG's. That was a crazy game 3. Congratulations to Elliot. We'll see you in the top 3. Alright, we've made it to the top 3. We've got Giffler versus Elliot in an Esper mirror, I believe. Fighting it out to play against Will in the grand finals, who's playing Mardu midrange. These Esper decks are reasonably similar too. Giffler in the Elliot deck. A lot of ways to build Esper at the moment, but the two people going deepest here with kind of similar ideas. We see Elliot on the play. Underdog into Kaito for Giffler. Vandal into Kaito for Elliot, so decent starts for both players, but Elliot being on the play making quite a big difference here. Giffler swinging in for 3 next turn, but this Vandal's going to grow. You get to draw off the Kaito, you get a counter on the Vandal, it's pretty nice. Gonna end up bigger than the underdog too. There's a Duress, it's not bad. Giffler with two interceptors, but no 4th land yet, but you'd like to think Kaito can help you find that one. There it is. Elliot with a bunch of top end here. No lands to cast them quite yet, but... Wow. Goes for the plus pre-combat to get the extra damage in with the Vandal. Into the Blitz. Not messing around. Down to 13. Got your 5th land. Just needs a 6th land, really? This Vandal is getting huge. Emperor available for Giffler, though. Can attack into Kaito, put it to 2 loyalty. You can draw off your Kaito, you can remove the Vandal. And that seems pretty good. Okay. Holding up the Interceptor instead. Interesting game. So Elliot probably... Well, wants to get the Rafine's Tower down this turn so that you can do an untapped land next turn into these 6-drops. Either one of them. So then you're kind of holding yourself to 4 mana this turn. Which is a little bit awkward. I mean, you can meat hook. Seems not that great. You can blitz again. Seems not that great. Both ways you end up missing on duress. You could go for the untapped land. And just rely on hitting another untapped land next turn and just skip the tower. We are going to see duress, which means we're almost certainly going to see the pathway come down rather than the tower here. Here comes the Emperor. Elliot only able to get rid of second meat hook, which doesn't feel so good. The first one's good enough most of the time. So then the question becomes, do you even attack anymore? Attack is a hell of a lot worse once you know opponent's got an Emperor going. But if you don't attack, you give up like your full draw with Kaito, you only get a loot instead. You also just let the Emperor kind of go off anyway by making tokens rather than removing your thing. So you don't benefit too much. Minus on the Kaito into another plus, okay. And at least this way you do get to put the tower down. Okay. Found the next untapped land anyway, so wouldn't have made too much difference. But Elliot is gonna start playing these 6-drops next turn. It's a tap land for Gifler, but tap land's okay. Still able to hold up the interceptors anyway. Got to hold them up though, so I mean Elliot can't really play these 6-drops while the interceptors are there, but if Gifler plays anything on their own turn, then that's a window to start slamming them. And they don't. Which doesn't leave Elliot with too much of an option here. Pretty rough. These very expensive spells looking awful in the face of the interceptors. So, really Elliot can blitz an underdog or cast a meat hook that will get intercepted anyway. Really awkward turns for Elliot. Really bad turns from Elliot, honestly. Yeah, reduced to just attacking with a hive. Oh man. That feels bad. At least you get to get rid of the Emperor. You still get to get a draw off of the Kaito. You've got a second hive that can come down. I'm struggling to see how Elliot ever gets these 6-drops into play. As long as Gilfer can keep, or Gifler can keep making land drops, eventually they're going to be able to keep holding up the interceptors, and eventually they'll hit enough lands that they can also start casting some other spells too, while holding the interceptors up. Actually flashes one in. Okay, well that's good for Elliot. Managed to convince Gifler to kind of, well, not waste one of the interceptors because you're still threatening to kill Kaito here, but definitely could have been worse. So really good hive attack. That is a good meat hook though. But Elliot's going to lose Kaito and take 3 here, which is great for Gifler, and they still get to draw off Kaito too. Kaito's on 7 loyalty, man. But at least there's a window to get one of these big creatures in play. Giffler just really running away with the game here. If you do Warden, eat a shield counter, you get to make a token. And you're on 6 life though, like you're kinda dying. But Meathook looks pretty good. But it's not that good, is it? You remain on 6 life because the Meathooks negate each other out. And you're facing a lot of hasty threats. With hives and underdogs. Kaito also is just on 7 loyalty. Could ultimate next turn. You could alt attack with a hive, maybe? Eat the underdog, get a creature out from the deck. Seems pretty cool. Goes for the underdog instead, though. I guess recognizing that Elliot's underdog is nowhere near as good as Giffler's in this situation. Probably pull an all-seeing arbiter. There we go. That is... I mean, that is a good creature if you're spending 0 mana on it. Even get a draw off of the underdog here. Another land. Elliot's got some good cards, but just nowhere near enough life to actually use them. Yep, just dead to the underdogs, right? 3 life is no bueno here. Play land, bring out 2 underdogs, swing in with 4 creatures. And that was fast. But we're going to game 2. That seemed like a very good start for Elliot, but Giffler negotiated it pretty well. Actually didn't even have to use the interceptors to bounce any spells, just flashed one in as a creature and the other one just sitting in the hand. Not how I saw this game going at all, but... Yeah, it looks like they're playing... I thought it was just a very similar list, but it looks like exactly the same list. Same 75. We'll see how each player sideboards. Giffler taking out a lot of the top end. Basically all of the top end. Both players taking them out, really. There's a third Duress available for Giffler. So Giffler playing 2 Duress. Elliot playing 0. Two Rays for Giffler. 3 for Elliot. 2 Thirsts for Giffler. 0 for Elliot. Pretty interesting choices. We've seen a lot of games from Elliot, and he really doesn't use this negate too often. Didn't even bring it in against an Atta. Not bringing it in the mirror. Yeah, both players just going within reason as small as possible. All of the top end out. Elliot thinks the Loths are super good though by the looks of things, playing all 4. Okay, it is going to play one Elspeth as well. Alright, here we go. Game 2. If Giffler wins this game, it will be Giffler versus Will in the grand finals. Elliot got to win 2 in a row here. Three Kaitos, a Duress, and a Thirst. Versus 2 Interceptors and 2 Lulths. Okay, this is 2 very bad hands. It's a keep from Giffler. Wow. Oh, and Elliot did bring in the negate in the end. Okay. I did think the negate seems pretty good. At least, I mean, from Giffler's point of view, like the first Kaito can get rid of the extra copies pretty easily. Like, that's no big deal. But extremely fast start here. Underdog into Rafine for Elliot. Giffler does have a couple of Thirsts available, but might even just go for the Duress here. Yep, you take the negate, but you're taking 4 damage from this underdog most likely. We might see Elliot just discard a land though. It does need some action. Rafine is not a bad one to get rid of though, second copy. I still think it's quite likely that they'll win the land though. Because this is an Esper mirror. This is not a matchup where Rafine can't be removed. It's a tough choice. That 4th land is pretty important. I mean, there's 8 4-drops in Elliot's deck after sideboard here, plus 4 Lulths at 5, so you do have to make the land drops eventually. Gonna keep both, huh? Okay. Giffler can get this first Kaito down and start trying to do something. Underdog's not bad. Get that blitzed in. Let's go. Smork time. You can either smork the underdog. You do have like a connive too though. And you, as we said, you are playing 8 4-drops in the deck, so you might not blitz the underdog. Try and draw one of those 4-drops off of the Rafine, but that is just... I think that's not worth it. Like, you're giving up a lot. You give up 3 damage. Well, 4 damage actually, because you give up a potential counter. And a card draw, just to maybe draw a 4-mana spell. Finds 3 lands off the connive. So then the question is, do you keep 1 land? That 5th land lets you cast your Lulths, but you've got 4 copies of them. But where's your Lulth, right? It's in the deck, so... That's still a ton of damage. Here's your draw off the underdog. It's a Hive, another land. Alright, Giffler gets to untap with Kaito. Does have a Thirst. These Thirsts are just not that impressive, though. This Ray also kind of sucks. But are we seeing second Kaito come down? Yikes, I mean... that just feels bad. The Thirst slows down the underdog a little, but of course it can just be blitzed. If Elliot can find 2 spells here, it's a forced block with a token. Good. Any non-lands in this deck? You do get to put the Hive down. Giffler goes to 4. You get another draw off of another blitzed underdog. Oh my god. This is nonsense. Right. So will Gifler... Ah, yeah, I mean, you kind of you have to hold back this token, right? Well, first protocol is you've got to find a way to remove this Rafine. Yeah, so you remove the Rafine for 5. Like, that's expensive. And then you've got to hold back the token. This will be interesting, because Elliot can draw with the underdog, but it can be blocked by the token, or you could just go for a hive attack. You could go for a hive attack, and you give up a draw to actually get in for the 3, and put Gifler down to 1. The Duressa is good for helping you inform your decision. But when you see a Ray and a Kaito, so if you attack with a hive, and you put Gifler down to 1, then, I mean, Gifler can just make another token with the Kaito, have 2 tokens set up, play the other Kaito, and then you can double block the hive if you go for hive next turn. So you won't be able to have lethal next turn by attacking with the hive, but you do make Gifler's plays a hell of a lot worse, so I like this. Get him down to 1. Gifler finds his own hive. Good. Can either of these players, do they know how to draw any spells? What is going on in this game? Alright, I think Gifler could have minused the first Kaito and plus the second one, right? So now this Kaito's on 1 loyalty when it could have been on 4. Yeah, we see that Elliot doesn't have lethal here, but this hive attack is just so damn good. Forced double chump. You're going up to 7 lands here, and with your 8th land the next turn, you can play the underdog, and you're representing possibly 2 blitzed underdogs next turn. And it looks like we're going to game 3, guys. Alright, that game was nonsense, though. Absolute nonsense. Yeah, just comparing the decks here. I don't know if I like the thirsts, man. Gifler did use a thirst to remove a Rafine in game 2 there, but man, it's expensive. 5 mana to remove a Rafine after it's already got a bunch of triggers off. Got, like, dealt a bunch of damage, drawn a bunch of cards, added a bunch of counters. It's just a horrendous trade. You can see Gifler playing the 2 Vanishing Verses, whereas Elliot is not. Elliot cutting all 4 Interceptors. So going for 4 Wanderers only. Gifler with 3 Wanderers, 2 Interceptors. So yeah, I mean, I would say some significant differences between each player's sideboard plan, despite them playing a 75 card mirror. Let's see how it goes. Gifler on the play in game 3, playing for a spot in the grand finals. Elliot's still thinking though. Elliot, I think, had that Elspeth in the deck for game 2, on the play, taking it out on the draw. Which makes a bit of sense. Going down to only 2 underdogs, so only 3 2-mana creatures, which makes it much more unlikely that when the Kaito or Rafine comes down that you're going to get an immediate trigger off of them. 5 2-mana creatures sitting in the sideboard there for Elliot. Only playing 3 of 8. Giffler with a fine hand on the play. Elliot with a duress on the draw, pretty perfect. Negate is good, but not going to do much to slow down these two underdogs. At least you get to get rid of the Emperor, but these two underdogs are going to be a problem. Ray doesn't remove them, Negate doesn't do anything. Wandering Emperor is a long way off. Giffler doesn't have much more other than the two underdogs, but hey, they're pretty good. Swing for 3 here, maybe swing for 6 next turn. Pass! Pass? What? Like setting up for a blitz, but I mean... Could have swung for... It could have got in for 6 this turn, dude. Giffler actually still needs a second white source for their Emperors. They don't actually have an Emperor right now, but could find one. That was a pretty crazy decision to not play the underdog on turn 3. Because now Elliot's got a bit of a window to maybe survive here. Does have the Emperor. These Rays are still pretty useless, but it is the type of matchup where I would say you're likely to find a use for the Ray at some point. Duress is good here. Forces the Emperor out. Lets Giffler know that they need to play the untapped land and blitz this underdog in again. And Elliot is down to not much going on. Probably see Giffler put both into the Emperor, yep. The Emperor's dying, so you just take your 2 life. Leaves 1 in play. Exiles the one that was going to draw a card. Interesting choice. Top deck Lolth. Oh my goodness. Did Elliot just save his tournament? The thirst is, like, the Lolth's not going to be able to go off a crazy amount. So you can thirst 1. No. You can't get the meat hook and the thirst down this turn. Well, not while killing the Lolth, sadly. So you've got to choose clear the creatures or clear the Lolth. Seems like a good choice to get rid of the Lolth first. That was a huge top deck. It's slowed down Giffler by a lot here. Into Kaito. Oh my god, with a creature in play. Insane hits for Elliot in the last couple of turns. And Giffler does not have much for this Kaito. I go back to that, not playing the second underdog on turn 3. Not, like, really undervaluing damage, I would say. Allowing Elliot to still be on 13 on this turn, like, comfortably attack with both of these spiders with no fear at all. We'll probably see the meat hook next turn. So you can at least clear out the spiders, and Kaito is not going to get a full draw off on the following turn, but Elliot deciding whether to thirst the underdog. So if you thirst the underdog, you save 3 loyalty on your Kaito. Of course, the underdog can be brought back with the blitz, But Gifler would actually need an untapped land to blitz the underdog and get this meat hook off. I'm not sure that's worth it though. Okay, Gifler with their own Kaito, so they can clear these spiders and play the Kaito. That's pretty good. Kaito top deck for Elliot into Kaito top deck for Gifler. And all of a sudden, the grind begins. But when two players are grinding, you don't mind being the one with the meat hook in play, I've got to say. And this game swings back again in Gifler's favour. Elliot does have a lot of cards. Gonna like draw into a fourth card here, but they're all a bit small ball, man. They're just random removal spells. Needs some big juicy action. Again, Elliot considering whether to remove this underdog. Goes for it this time. Alright, so are we going to see a draw from Elliot or a minus for a token? If you minus for a token, I mean, you're going to have to chomp the underdog anyway, because the underdog's going to attack your Kaito, so it's got to be a plus. There's another Kaito. Second Kaito nowhere near as good as the first one. So Elliot with more cards available than Gifler, but Gifler with the meat hook in play and the underdog available. Even got a tower which you can scry if you want. The underdog's super important because the underdog allows the Kaito to actually draw a card rather than just loot. And then you get another card at the end of turn 2. Plus the meat hook gets you 1 damage when your underdog is sacrificed, so these underdogs are coming in for 4 now, essentially. And Elliot is on 9 with no life gain to speak of. Can't even thirst the Kaito because it's phased. There's an Amiria's Call. Well, Amiria's Call, actually not even that good. That is a good target for the Ray. That is a good target for the Thirst. I think if I was Gifler, I think you get in with the underdog. Nope, looks like they're going for the call. And also, even considering discarding the Rafine's Tower, the Psycho Land. Wow. Alright. Elliot can finally use these cards. Gifler gonna get in for another 2 damage here because of the meat hook. And as we said earlier, always threatening 4 damage with the underdogs. Elliot just can't get a creature in play to make use of this Kaito properly. It's looking really good for Gifler now. I mean, the Thirst has to be used on the Angel. You want to use it on the Kaito, but you simply cannot take a hit from this Angel. I mean, if you Thirst the Kaito, you're dead on board, right? 4 plus the 4 from the underdog. You don't have the mana left over to get that Kaito into play to maybe make a token to block the underdog. So the Kaito survives. The meat hook is still rolling. Every little point of damage, every little point of life. Extremely important in these mirrors. And I mean, if Elliot passes here, holding up the Psycho, right, he's going to 3. If he plays the other Kaito, makes a token, it's a forced chump. It's horrible either way. Duress. Oh, that does not do anything, does it? Okay, there's a Ray. So you go face here for 4, and the Ray will actually let Giffler clear the Kaito token. That is very likely to be made next turn, and there's an Interceptor with perfect mana to cast it. And Giffler is on... Oh my god, there's another Interceptor. Can Elliot hold here? At least the Duress will get rid of the Ray. But you're going to look at 2 Interceptors, and that don't feel good. That's GG. You can make a Kaito token, but if you either cast the other Kaito or the Rafine, I guess you can draw for a land, yeah. At least you can cast the Rafine twice, but then you're still dead, right? Yep, still dead. And Giffler takes it and moves on to the grand finals. Elliot finishes 3rd place. Congratulations, it was a good run, man. Well done. Alright, we have our grand final. It is Willosaurus Dr. Toboggan on Mardu midrange versus Giffler on Esper. And we'll be back soon with the grand finals. Okay, here we are. The end of the road, the grand final. Got Giffler, Esper midrange versus Dr. Toboggan, Mardu midrange. So, Will Dr. Toboggan got here to the grand final via the winner's bracket. So he's got an extra life. So Giffler has to win, or Giffler has to win 2 best of 3s to win the tournament. Dr. Toboggan has to win 1. That's it in the simplest terms. Let's see what happens. Steals an Interceptor with a Valkyrie, okay. Giffler with Kaito and Emperor. No creature on turn 2 to really make use of the Kaito, but it's still decent. Will just trying to make it to Elspeth, really. There's another Emperor. Doesn't really need that, though. Needs lands. Kaito should help with that, though. Might even be able to meat hook the Valkyrie and get your Interceptor back at some point. Goes for the token. There's a Fable, which is pretty good. Does walk in pretty badly to a meat hook for 2, though. But Giffler needs a second black source to be able to do that. Let's see if Kaito can find one. That is a second black. Had to play that as black, though, of course, to get the meat hook down. So still needs a second white for Emperor. But gets the Interceptor back. But thankfully for Will, he'll be able to get the Elspeth down underneath that Interceptor. So discarding the pathway, and then gotta decide whether to discard the Iganjo or keep it. Discards it. Seems fine. There's a Wandering Emperor of Zone. If you go for Elspeth, I mean you've got a minus, so what are you gonna hit? Apparition, Valkyrie, Meat Hook. It's gotta be Apparition, right? Remove Kaitos, seems good to me. Yeah, a lot of like reactive cards here for Giffler. Didn't find the land for the Emperor, so now not many choices. I mean, it's Rafine pass or just pass. Like you can blitz the underdog and attack the Elspeth, but this apparition has a shield counter on it. It's an easy block. It's another meat tick. Very interesting. It's not bad though, because it does mean that Will's got an Elspeth here, and the only creature you can plus on is the CROKEYZ. What, I mean, it's not the worst, right? First strike seems pretty good against a 3/3. And you've just got to... This does make the Raffine a lot better though. Giffler can Raffine an attack for 4. But this Wandering Emperor is looking good for Will though. Giffler just with so much gas in hand, but how do you get it into play quick enough? Gonna go for the no attacks, hold up the interceptor, huh? Well, this is pretty good. So Will can play Emperor, interceptor comes in as a 4/2. Then you can plus your CROKEYZ up to 4 toughness and meat hook for 3. Pretty nice. I mean, how Giffler can't really play around it. What, you play around it by not using your interceptor and letting your opponent have an Emperor? Either way, this just seems so good for the Doctor Toboggan. You've got so... Your cards are so expensive if you're Giffler, you need to start spending your mana. There's a Loth though. Loth is a nice card for turning the game. This upcoming turn is kind of insane though. So the CROKEYZ already has a first strike counter on it. So I imagine we'll see lifelink, I guess? Or vigilance seems pretty good too, actually. Nothing to use the vigilance with on this turn, but certainly could be in the future. And it looks like most likely this Elspeth on Will's side of the board is going to get yet another trigger next turn. Because it's hard for Giffler not to go Loth next turn, right? So Loth will come down, 2 spiders will come down. There's Otawara, doesn't really change things too much though. At least maybe if Giffler can find another land drop next turn, they might be able to do Raffine and Emperor next turn, which could be okay. Flying or lifelink? Huh? Lifelink seems good to me against reach creatures. This CROKEYZ is huge. It's not even copying any creatures, it's just a big dumbass by itself. So Loth goes down. Underdog is gone. Will goes back to 23. Alright, and this is Giffler's chance. Gets a duress. Okay. So using the Raffine could actually kill the Elspeth, right? Raffine attack with both spiders, pump 1 to 4, and get in for 4 and 2 against the Menace CROKEYZ. But I think... Yeah, I mean, you discard the verse, right? The other Elspeth will come in the following turn. But if Will casts Elspeth again next turn, they won't have mana up for Emperor, so it's pretty likely that Giffler will just be able to attack and kill the second one too. But I think you can take the verse here. And kill this Elspeth. And this is a very nice turn for Giffler. You don't even have to discard 2 non-lands. You can just discard 1 if you want. Just discard 1 and cast that other duress. Seems sick to me. Seems very sick to me. And now this second Elspeth is not so good, huh? I mean, given the Kikijiki flying is pretty nice, but this Elspeth is gonna die immediately. Trespasser, Celestis. Trespasser is a good creature to copy with Kikijiki. Celestis is obviously super good if this match is going to go a ton longer. I'm not sure it is. Remember the Kikijiki has Vigilance, so you get to go for an attack and a copy. And lifelink. And first strike. As a 5/5 beast. Underdog top deck for Gifler, huh? The problem with copying the Trespasser is that if Will does go for a Trespasser copy, then the Emperor is just going to clean up the Kikijiki. But if it doesn't go for a Trespasser copy, then I think it might have been better to take Celestis. And this game's looking all Gifler all of a sudden. Still 29 life for Will though. So plenty of time to find some stuff. Can kill the Emperor. The Trespasser being able to be killed by just one of the spiders is a bit of a feels bad. Wow. Alright, we go to Knight. Obviously, that's a brick for Gifler, but that's the power of Rafine. Question is, do you attack with 1 or both? Only attacks with 1, huh? So I'm gonna go for a double block on the Trespasser. Spider plus Hive. And all of that life that was gained by the Kikijiki has really helped out a lot here. Will is still on 28. I mean, he is able to just go for it at this point, despite bricking a little bit. The Trespasser does go down. Psycho into Swamp. Both players not finding a lot of action right now. But one of the players has a Rafine. Still only attacking with 1. You've got to attack both, man. Get in there. You're on 12. There, that's what we like to see. There's an underdog, okay. Didn't discard it, so gonna go underdog and cycle. Another Trespasser, so you can Trespasser and attack with a Hive. Or attack with 2 Hives. I mean, attacking with 2 Hives, put them to 6. You're threatening attack for 6 next turn. Still on 23. It's a close one. Gifler finds a Fairy Vandal. Well, that doesn't really do too much. It does give you a double block at least. There's the Kaito. Okay, finally the Rafine pays off. Will can get in for another... Well, not quite get in for 3, actually. Well, now the Hive attacks are bad. You can double block one with the Spider and Underdog. Double block the other with the Vandal and Kaito token. Alright, Will is massively behind on board now. To the point where almost certainly will never catch up on board. But Giffler has no life gain. And it is on 5. And Will's got a Trespasser. Still got 2 Hives. So Giffler just has to close this game as fast as possible without leaving himself dead. So gets in for up to 6 here. Wow. Finds the Arbiter to discard to bring it back with the Null Priest. And that should be game. Unless Will has another meat hook that he can find here. Is this a forced target? Is that Arbiter forced? Oh, it's not. Okay. That would have been funny. There's Fable. What's that? 5, 10 in the air? You just swing with 7? Looks like lethal to me. Get in there with the team. Get in there with the full team. Get in there with the entire team. And use your Rafine counters for lethal, no? What? So that was surely lethal. Unless I'm crazy. I mean, it's not going to matter in the end, but so it's fine. Oh, Rafina's just run so many cards. But it looks like Giffler's going to take game 1. So many lands in play for Will, just not able to filter them away at the same rate as the Esper deck can. This Arbiter is going off. Minus 15 too. What's that? 3, 5, 11... 16 damage? 3, 5, 11, 16. And now Will's got some kind of swing back, right? It's not much, but it's something. I'd love to see how he plans to do 11 damage, though. That's going to be the hard part. I think we're going to game 2, even if there's a meat hook top deck. Yep. Meat hook top deck is dead to Apnap anyway. Alright, game 2 it is. That got out of control very quickly. Okay. Duress is coming in, Ray's coming in, Humiliate's coming in. We've seen Will play the Archons in matches like this too. And then for Giffler, your Interceptors seem quite good. Just always cutting these big 6-mana creatures, I've noticed. The Interceptors seem decent, the Lolths seem okay. The Duresses also seem okay for Giffler too. Negate has to be good. Four Trespassers in Will's main deck, making the reanimation creature a little bit weaker, but you saw in game 1, I mean, Giffler still found a way to make use of it. Alright, we go into game 2. Giffler wins this game. He wins the first match, and then it's an all-out shootout in the next match. One land seems like a mull, and then for Will, no red, but something reasonable at least. But you need the red. That Fable needs to come into play. Giffler with a Ray, an Underdog, and some decent lands. That's another Fable, but no red mana. Only finding a Ray with the Humiliate doesn't feel too good either. You can take the Underdog, but I mean, both the Underdog and the Ray kind of do nothing. Alright, a lot riding on Will drawing a red source here. It's a Hive. Oh no. Giffler also just with not much going on though. What is this? Right, Wandering Emperor, great top deck for Will. You can also get into Lisa for 5 too. Rafine Cycle. Lolth's a great draw for Giffler. Oof. Interceptor. Oh man. So the Interceptor will bounce the Emperor. That does let Will get the Lisa down though. Okay, Giffler finds a Thirst for it. Thirst might discard Thirst though. Okay, keeps it. It's good. Got a second black for Lolth as well. Alright, so Giffler can play second black. Remove the Lisa. Get in for 3 lifelink. Still no red. Can Emperor? You can Apparition the Interceptor too, but that's not that good. I mean, it's just a 3-1 lifelinker, and I mean, if they remove the Apparition, that's a 4/4 token they get for the as a payoff. Hive Attack, take away the Underdog is not bad there. I mean, I think that'd be pretty good. Here comes Lolth number 1. You can remove that with a Verse. Don't know how you beat Lolth number 2 though. I mean, even the creatures that are in play are a bit of a problem. These Menace Spiders are no joke. Legion Angel is a very decent draw. Still no red for this Fable. Gonna attack without plussing. Okay. Trade a spider, sure. So you can Verse. Now you can apparition the interceptor. You know about the ray though, so if you didn't know about the ray, then apparition on interceptor is not too bad now. Because at least you can double block the spider, and yeah, they might get a token back, but you get to protect your emperor. But it's looking bad for Will again. Gonna lose the emperor, and just no way to deal with this next Lolth. The angel is good, but it's expensive. Still no red for Fable. Gifler's got an Amirius Call ready to go. Yeah, I mean, if Gifler can find a land here, which he does, Amirius Call, get in with the team. And Will needs to top deck a Meat Hook, and even if he does, the Lolth will just go to 1,000,000 loyalty. There's the red. The 7th land. This doesn't... It's too late, man. So it looks like Gifler takes match 1, 2-0. And we're going to a match 2. Yep, you can draw with the Lolth, you can try and find a 4th black. Double blitz these underdogs. And get in there for GG. Alright. We're going to match 2. See you there. Okay. We're into the final match of our $2,500 tournament. Powered by Team Liquid and IMC Trading. !IMC in the chat. And thank you to MTG Melee for the gems for the other top 16 as well. Let's see how it goes. Dr. Toboggan on the play. Kind of a reactive hand for being on the play though. Gifler with the Kaito and the Rafine, but again, no 2-drop to really snowball with them here. That Kaito is rolling, and the Rafine can come down next turn, and you can start pumping up this token. Will actually choosing to hold up the verse rather than hold up the Emperor. I guess the Emperor is not quite as good when it's face up. It's revealed from the early duress. Verse on the token turns the Kaito +1 into a loot rather than a draw, which is not bad. I am surprised to see Gifler not go for the Rafine pre-combat there. Really holding it back. Plus is into a Null Priest. Can get that Null Priest down. I would set up for a full Kaito plus next turn. Again, chooses not to use it. Very conservative gameplay from Gifler so far in this game. That's Sorcery Speed Emperor, potentially. Just wants to play around the interceptors. Well, I mean, if you're looking at it from Will's point of view, there was no 2-drop. And there was also no 2-drop played last turn either alongside the verse, huh? So then you're wondering what is Gifler's hand? Could be interceptors, could be lults, could be the 6-drops, you know? So there's not really any reason to flash that in. There's not going to be anything hasting in next turn other than an underdog. So you can just get that Emperor down and play underneath any potential interceptors. So I think it's pretty decent. The 1/4 body on Rafine, just huge here. Free block on the token even if you plus it, protecting the Kaito. And Giffler's patient play of holding off on playing the Null Priest for 2 earlier in the game. He's almost at enough mana to use it as a reanimate spell. Giffler does go for the block, which allows Will to play the second Emperor and kill the Rafine, but I mean, Giffler can just bring that Rafine back next turn using the Null Priest that he saved. So quite a major payoff for that. Should go for a Kaito plus first though, in case you hit one of your 6 drops. Or, okay. If you're going to go for a -2, that's fine too. Here comes the Null Priest. Rafine comes back. And to be honest, we're already at that stage again where Will needs a meat hook. We've seen this before. Block with a token. The Menace on the Null Priest can be blocked by Will's 2 creatures, which is pretty good. I think you can still attack with both and threaten to hit the Emperor for 5, and then pump up the Null Priest, right? Pump up to a 4/3, and if you do get that double block, then you flash in your own Emperor plus the Null Priest. And that's pretty damn good. If you go for that line though, you're committed to discarding 2 non-lands. Don't think that's too painful though. Getting this Null Priest up to a 4/3 and then flashing in for a 5/4 first strike. Kill the token, you don't even lose your Null Priest to the Trespasser. Seems super good. You also won't even lose your Emperor to the Trespasser because the Will's Emperor would still be alive. But Will wouldn't really be able to plus the Trespasser to deal the 4 damage to Giffler's Emperor because Will would be kind of priced in to go for a minus, really. Okay, so drawing the Interceptor might change things a little bit. That lets you play a little slower. Another Trespasser, and it is nighttime. You can start getting in for some attacks, maybe, if you will. Get some pluses on the Trespasser. Get in there, yeah, sure. Giffler can use a Wandering Emperor, can remove the Trespasser, but it costs 2 cards. You're gonna have to discard a card to the ward. And then you've got another one. And plussing the Emperor again rather than minusing it is pretty nice against the Rafine. It goes for a plus on the token, but I do expect to see attack both. Yep. It's not a bad Wandering Emperor though. The ward discard a card is not so bad because you can just discard the second Kaito, right? Although, to be honest, now that I'm looking at it more, maybe you just let the Kaito die. Just play the other Kaito. Double chump. Wow. Double chump, huh? That seems bad, I think. LOL top deck that's not bad. That's for sure. Giffler's got more planeswalkers, got a better hand, but Will really has some serious creatures in play right now. Giffler just trying to gum up the board as much as possible. even giving up a Kaito to make yet another token. Just giving up the Kaito to try and protect the Loth. Celestis now, that is pretty good. You can Celestis and get in for the Hive. Question is, what are you plussing again? You don't really need to plus this token anymore. Could plus the Hive. I like the idea behind, like, just keep plussing. No need to be making any 2/2 tokens here. Your 2/2 tokens are just gonna trade 1 for 1 with one of Gifler's Planeswalker tokens, and that's just no benefit to you whatsoever. They get a Loth counter out of that trade. Alright, so we saw 2 chumps last turn from Gifler, so I imagine we're going to see a bunch of blocks here again. Seems like a weird time to change plan. It's no blocks this time. What is going on? Right, draws an underdog, so priced in to attack with something this turn. Either the Rafine or maybe the 1/1 token. Yeah, attacking with pretty much it all to get rid of this Emperor, but a lot of damage already been done here. Discard 4. Well, you're keeping the Kaito. You're keeping the Interceptor. You're keeping the Null Priest. And I guess you're keeping the Amiria's Call. So get rid of Underdog, Beach Pathway. The Emperor's going down. But Will does have a big attack. And there's not a great way for Gifler to get it back to daytime here either, so Trespassers are still going to be Graveyard Gluttons next turn. It looks like he is going to go maybe Kaito and 2-mana Null Priest just to get it back to day. Not bringing back just the Underdog. Alright. Apparition and Hive still available. Not if you target the Rafine though. Right, and you can't quite kill the Emperor, but you can certainly make it horrible for Gifler to keep it alive. Very interesting game here. Just Gifler's ton of tokens versus Will's like smaller number of bigger creatures. It's a close one. Gifler just still not able to find a way to make use of this Interceptor, but the Kaito, that's a good land. You can get Kaito down this turn, you can get in for an attack, and you can hold up the Interceptor. Will takes it all. Remember, Will's Hive is actually a 4/4 here. We've often seen Gifler actually make a token first with the Kaito. It seems like a reasonable spot to make another token. I mean, that token can gain you 6 life. That is a meat hook massacre. Oh, baby. Underdog. You can't quite blitz the Underdog and attack with a Hive here, so it goes for the Celestis trigger first. Making the Trespassers smaller, which feels not great. But at least you essentially get to draw a card by getting rid of this underdog before you blitz it. The interceptor comes down, huh? Well, that kind of means that now Giffler can't really use the meat hook anymore. Which is a little bit strange. Goes for the blocks, okay. Remove the big creatures. Now your meat hook's back on a little bit more, but Arbiter seems good. I'm still not sure you want to go for the meat hook. I think if you're gonna go for the meat hook, there's no reason to even use your interceptor there. Alright, and Will's life total is now under serious pressure. The spiders have got menace. The ninja has got unblockable. The null priest has got menace. Just such bad blocks. You can remove the null priest, but you're still taking 7. There's a 5/4 in the air. There's a ton of tokens still in play here. If your will, your life total's getting a little bit too low to use the blitz ability on your underdog. It's a plains. Use Celestis, only 5 mana left, so does get to go to night. Does get multiple triggers off the 4 triggers. There's 1, 2, I saw 3 creatures I think there in Giffler's graveyard, and I guess Will can maybe eat creatures out of his own graveyard too. These aspirants are not bad. The menace threats are just crazy though. Yep, 3 creatures in Giffler's graveyard. So back up to 9 for Will, 11. 2, 4, 5, 10. Yeah, that should be lethal. Next turn for Giffler. Just swing in with... maybe not quite. The meat hook damage from killing your own creatures will add up to a lot, but the problem is that Giffler kinda has to attack before using the meat hook, and we'll lose some of those creatures to blocks, so we'll actually lose out on some damage. A thirst should help though. Yep, that should be it. You can thirst the apparition for 4, swing in with it all, and then meat hook for 3. You clear all of your creatures, including the 3/3 Rafine token, and you get in for lethal here. Well, it's definitely lethal that way, and I assume it's lethal this way too. 5, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, this is 10 damage plus another, what, 5? Will has the meat hook in hand, but gonna die here before getting the chance to use it. These blocks are still not enough. I don't see a way to survive here. Spiders having menace, just completely brutal. Alright, all Giffler has to do is wipe the board in his game. We go to game 2. Meat Hook Massacre wins yet another game of Magic. We see that every day. Alright. Game 2 of match 2 of the Grand Finals. I expect to see Giffler sideboard very similarly to match 1. We might see Will make a little change or two, because it didn't work out so well for him in the first match. But it looks relatively the same so far. Yeah, but about the same. Giffler only taken one Null Priest out this time, took both out on the previous match. So thinking that actually it's a little bit easier than he thought to use the reanimation part of the card. Or just wants to actually have more 2-drops in play. Because we have seen in quite a few games Giffler find a Kaito or a Fiend early in the game but not get a 2-mana creature down, so not be able to make full use of them. So yes, some small changes from the previous sideboards on either side, but nothing too crazy. Alright, Giffler is 1 game win away from being our champion. See, a decent hand there, no blue though. No blue for Giffler. Will with a reasonable proactive play, got a red source, got a white source, got a black source. Got a 2-drop, 3-drop, verse, Elspeth looking okay. That's an easy keep. A bit harder for Giffler though. Does keep it. Needs to find a blue land and just rips one. Duress. Very nice. Will needs to find a way to get this Duress cast before this Kaito comes down. It's hard to give up the Trespasser though. Like, you want to slam that Trespasser so bad. But it's time for the Duress. It is what it is. And now what? Because you're gonna Duress here, you're gonna see the Kaito, you're gonna take the Kaito, but you're gonna see the Fairy Vandal. So does that price you into playing this red source as a black? It does. Alright. We've seen Will miss on red before. That was a chance to have a red source. Needs a second white for both Legion Angel and Elspeth as well. Does not find it. Giffler's got the 4th land here for the Interceptor. We'll be able to hold that up. Isn't bad. He still needs a 5th land for Lolth though. Finds it, of course. What a gamer. Alright, we go to Knight though. There's a red, not a second white though. Can still blitz. Goes for the Hive instead to play around the Interceptor. The Hive plus the Graveyard Glutton will actually be enough to remove the Lolth if Giffler goes for that. Okay, I guess not anymore though. Not now that we see Giffler flashing the Interceptor though. So you can block Spider. Well, I get the Graveyard Glutton gets to survive though. Alright, Meat Hook is a good draw. Get those triggers rolling. Loth goes to 4 loyalty, so can't quite kill it off. But can put it back down to 1. You do get a drain off. Will desperately needs a second white source. Gifler can Meat Hook this Glutton away, but will lose the Loth to the Underdog or the Hive. I get probably the Underdog, right? Not seen a reason not to take the draw here. You need a white mana. Goes with the Hive. Why though? Why the Hive? Still needs a white. At least can remove the Raffine. And Giffer's not much action going on, to be honest. Basically top decking. What's it gonna be? It's an Amirius call. Oh my god! What is going on? Alright. That is a white source. The Legion Angels are very, very good here. Gifler top decking again. Hits the verse. Jesus. Okay. Take 8 to 17. That's a Ray. Ray's really good. Legion Angel again. Alright, Gifler top decking again. What's it gonna be? Tower? Sure. Still left with 5 mana here. His own Ray. Okay. Woo. What a slugfest, man. Alright, so we'll probably see... Oh, Lisa's not bad, though. Lisa ain't bad. It comes down. Gifler top decking again. Finds the tower. Same situation, 5 mana left. Ray, but this time it's not quite enough. Okay. So we have seen in past games will not attack with Elisa, but that's because the Lisa didn't have Vigilance. Although, this Ray is mega brittle. Put it down to a 1-2. Block comes in. Can't quite afford to play the Legion Angel, so the Elspeth is taken 4. What a game, man. Otawara is not a bad top deck for Gifler. So Gifler is going to be able to bounce this Legion Angel and get in and kill the Elspeth. As long as they avoid bouncing the Underdog. Thinking about it, I mean, you're on 9 life. Like, getting to protect 4 life is pretty good, but dude, this Elspeth's gotta go. Uses it, okay. So now Legion Angel can protect Elspeth for a turn. Will draws the final one. Doesn't get a draw off the Underdog because it was bounced. There's a Raffine. Do you attack? If you hit a spell here off the Connive, it's a chump rather than a block. And I mean, it's a chump you have to take, right? Come on, Gifler, you've got to attack here, dude. Get in. No attacks. Wow. Yeah. First strike Legion Angel, go. Hive, hive, go. Alright, we're getting in. That's a swing for 11, so forced block. I mean, you just double block one of the hives, I guess. Go to 1? Which doesn't sound too healthy to me. Apnap in Giffler's favour there. Finds a tower. So do you Psycho first or attack first? Probably Psycho first. Ray. But you can't Ray on your turn. You have to Ray on Will's turn or Apnap. Okay. Get in with a hive again. Vigilance. I think Vigilance is good there. If you Vigilance, then you can do Underdog, right? And you're able to use the Ray and Blitz. Went for first strike instead, I think. Alright, good games. Okay, it's all come down to this. It's game 3. Winner takes all. Will we see any changes? I'm very surprised that Giffler's not playing the negate. I think Giffler could also make use of his own Elspeth too. There's Duresses in there. Man, there's a ton of good stuff in that sideboard, huh? Look at that, a ton of good options. But I'm looking at what cards are actually in the deck, and they're pretty good too. They're thinking about it. I'm not sure what they're thinking about. They're on the play. But you've got to get that Elspeth in the deck when you're on the play, man. It's so good. Alright, here we go. The final game. Soak it in. I see no black for Giffler. I see no white for Will. But I do see the best card in the deck on the draw, Duress. I see a 2-drop into Rafine for Giffler after the Disciplined Mull. Respect it a lot. That is a Duress. Uh-oh. That's not good. That was bad, bad news. Does at least have the Ray. The Ray can be used to remove the Rafine, but it goes for Valky. Valky's going to have to take the Rafine though, but I mean, it's not bad, is it? Taking the Rafine is not bad here. You steal the Rafine, you untap, you pay the 3, turn your Valky into a Rafine, and go off. And if Giffler plays this tap land, it kind of reveals that he doesn't have a removal, so Will can go. Let's go! Mardu Rafine. Giffler can blitz in this other underdog next turn. But, man, not a ton go. Like, this Fairy Vandal just looks absolutely awful when it's not able to draw cards, huh? Verse. Oh my days. Vanish and Verse, huh? Okay, so the Vandal will get a counter at the end of this turn, thankfully. Verse Shattered Sanctum. Okay. It's a red source for Will. Giffler does have another underdog in the bin, does have a Hive. The Verse obviously not really doing anything right now, but Trespasser is, I mean, it's a target. Doesn't feel so good to use it though. There's a Kaito. Okay. So you can Kaito, attack, plus inverse the Trespasser and just discard whatever you draw. You get rid of the Trespasser at least. It's something. I mean, I think if you can get this Kaito in play and get rid of the Trespasser, you're in with a chance. So seems like it should be worth it to verse this Trespasser here, even though it is very expensive, of course. Yeah, and now the Vandal's finally starting to look decent here. It's up to 3-4. Just about staying out of range of Will's meat hook. But here comes Elspeth, though. That is 3-6. 6 damage for Giffler, 9 with the Hive, 10. 10 if you plus Kaito pre-combat. Fable Trespasser. So I think Will could have just about got away with a plus for lifelink there. Going up to 11. Went for a minus though, finds the Fable. Yeah, you can block for a turn. Meat hook for Giffler, huh? So you can plus Kaito pre-combat. Discard whatever's not meat hook. Put your Vandal to a 4-5. 5 toughness is important. Then you get to attack in with the Vandal. It'll get blocked by the Rafine. And then you can get the meat hook off. And your Vandal survives. And that Rafine goes back to your hand, right? Does make it a little bit telegraphed though. So you could be willing to like just essentially give your Fairy Vandal up to the meat hook. Just to make sure that you get it off. So that this way, if Will blocks the Vandal, the meat hook for 2 will also kill the Vandal. Or you can just plus after combat, right, if you're not a fool. Alright, chat, it's been a long weekend, man. 16 hours of Magic the Gathering commentary, and now I'm officially losing my mind. Yeah. Giffler, do what Giffler did and not what I said. So it's still not bad for either player. It's a very close game. Humiliate is insanely good here. Will needs to get some creatures in play though, because he does need to gain some life. That Elspeth, there's not really a way to keep it alive for another turn without. Yeah, I mean you can Ray the Fairy Vandal, I guess. So you've got to expect that this is probably your last turn with the Elspeth. You can put a counter on the Trespasser with Humiliate. You can give your Trespasser flying, but it's only a 5/5. And like the Kaito, the Rafine, and the Emperor all help this Vandal grow out of range of a 5/5. And you've kind of given up your Ray there. Okay. Just accepting that the Elspeth's going down. That is a big Trespasser. The -4 power on this Ray might at some point be crucially important. We'll see. The ray is gonna... I'm not even sure that you can use the ray to remove the Rafine. Because the Rafine comes down, the Vandal attacks Elspeth, grows to 6 power. And then, so yeah, you can remove the Rafine if you will, once you untap. But you're gonna die to the Hive and the Vandal. I think you have to use it for like -4 damage. Giffer gets a Ray and an Emperor. Ikijiki flips. Yeah, I mean you can remove the Rafine, but now you can't attack with the Trespasser, right? It's GG's. Dead to the Hive. The lifelink on the Trespasser is not enough. Six plus 2 in this game. Oh my god. Good games. What a crazy match. Congratulations, Gilfer. Our champ. Will takes 2nd place. And Elliot got 3rd place. So yeah, great games. Hope you enjoyed it, guys. It was fun. And I'll see you soon for the next one. Thank you. Ecuador. Ecuador.